There are some stories that don't ask to be read quickly. They ask you to slow down, to breathe, to listen between the words. This is one of those stories, the kind that settles quietly beside you and stays longer than you expect. My grandfather passed away a few months ago, and like many families do, we gathered to sort through the ordinary pieces of a life that had ended. Old tools, folded uniforms, faded photographs that smelled faintly of oil and dust. Most of it felt familiar, even comforting. Until we found the box. It had been wedged far back in the attic of his garage, hidden behind insulation, sealed with layers of yellow duct tape. The box was small but heavy, as though it carried more meaning than weight. Inside were a few medals, a helmet cover worn almost threadbare, and a journal whose pages had clearly been handled with care and hesitation. The journal wasn't whole. Pages were missing. Some were warped by moisture, others folded again and again until the ink had faded where fingers must have pressed too often. It felt less like a diary and more like something he'd tried, repeatedly, to put away. When I asked my father about it, he only shook his head. Grandpa never liked talking about his time in the Marines, he said. Once, long ago, he'd muttered that some training scars stayed with you for a reason. That was all he'd ever offered. Most of the journal was ordinary enough. Notes about the weather. Small remarks clearly meant for my grandmother. Familiar routines written in a careful, steady hand. But a cluster of entries stood apart, protected between sheets of cardboard, as though even the paper itself needed shielding. They spanned just a couple of weeks in the spring of 1980. The handwriting changes there. The slope of the letters tightens. The pressure grows heavier. These words don't feel like they were written to be read. They feel like they were written because silence had become unbearable. He begins by describing the forest. Not in poetic terms, but in the way someone notes a constant presence. The canopy overhead blocking light even during the day. The way sound behaves differently under trees. Footsteps swallowed, whispers carried too far. He mentions exhaustion often, the kind that sinks into the bones and never quite leaves. There's talk of helmet markings meant to reflect faint light at night, small details that help men keep track of one another in darkness. He seems grateful for them. In the forest, anything that helps you stay oriented matters. Then someone goes missing. The tone doesn't shift sharply. It doesn't need to. The words grow quieter instead, more careful. A soldier is found hours later, alive but shaken, hiding where no one would think to look. His helmet is damaged. No one explains how. No one is encouraged to ask. From there, routines change. Patrols slow. Silence is enforced. Equipment is checked and rechecked. The forest, once merely unpleasant, becomes something watched, something listened to. My grandfather writes about sounds he can't quite place, movement that doesn't resolve into anything visible. A noise like paper being crumpled slowly in unseen hands. It unsettles him, not because it's loud, but because it doesn't belong. One night, A senior man sits beside him and speaks softly, sharing an old story passed down through generations. He talks about why soldiers wear false eyes on their helmets, about things in forests that hesitate when they believe they're being watched. The explanation isn't offered with certainty. It's offered the way warnings often are, half believed but never ignored. From that point on, the journal feels tighter, like the writer is conserving words. He describes a trip down the mountain to fetch water, the vegetation thick and close, the way visibility shrinks to only a few feet. He writes about being grabbed, not violently, but decisively, as though something mistook him for something else. His helmet is dented afterward, marked in places that don't make sense. No one admits to seeing anything, yet no one doubts something happened. Later entries blur together into long nights of waiting, flares lighting the sky briefly before darkness returns. Weapons that sound loud but feel ineffective. The same soft, persistent noise circling the perimeter, never rushing, never stopping. He notes the time once. 3:33 in the morning. He writes it down like it matters. By the end, the exercise is abruptly declared over. Men are questioned. Stories are shortened. Explanations are chosen for them. He's told to avoid forests for years, given new equipment with the same strange markings, told to keep quiet or else. The final entry isn't dated the same way as the others. It feels distant, removed. He mentions being sent home quickly. A head injury, officially, nothing more. After that, the journal ends. Tucked into the back cover was a typed statement, brittle with age, warning against disclosure. A name signed at the bottom. Another name blacked out so heavily the ink still looks wet decades later. Beneath it, in my grandfather's handwriting, uneven and unsure, are 5 words. Don't go in the woods. Growing up, he never let us play near the trees behind his house. He always said to stay where he could see our eyes. At the time, it felt like ordinary caution. Now, it feels like something else entirely. Tonight, as I sit with this journal beside me, the forest near my own home is quiet, peaceful, even. But every so often, when the wind moves just right, I hear a sound I can't explain. Like paper being crumpled slowly, carefully, somewhere just beyond the tree line. And as this story fades, as it settles into the same quiet place as all the others, it leaves behind a gentle thought to carry into the next one. Some things don't chase, some things don't roar, and some things only need you to wander a little too far before they notice you're there. Some nights feel thinner than others, as if the quiet itself can be disturbed too easily. The kind of night where every sound seems closer, more intentional. This is a story from one of those nights. The kind you don't forget, no matter how gently time tries to soften it. Back in 2019, I was living alone in rural Oregon, in a small, single-story house tucked at the very end of a quiet road. The kind of place where darkness settles early and stays late, and the only nighttime sounds usually come from wind in the trees or the distant call of something unseen. I've always been a light sleeper, so when I woke up sometime after 2 in the morning, I was immediately aware that something was different. At first, I stayed perfectly still, listening. The house felt the same: cool air, faint ticking from the clock in the kitchen, my dog asleep at the foot of the bed. Then I heard it again. Slow footsteps, not rushed, not heavy, just careful, uneven steps moving through my hallway. I told myself it was the house settling. Old homes make strange noises, especially at night. But these sounds had rhythm. A pause, then another step, as if someone was trying very hard not to be noticed. What unsettled me most was my dog. Normally, he reacted to everything: a car door outside, a branch scraping the siding. But now, he didn't move at all. He didn't growl. He didn't bark. He simply lay there, breathing softly, as if nothing unusual was happening. That silence made my chest tighten. I reached slowly for the baseball bat I kept beside my bed, careful not to make a sound. With my other hand, I eased the bedroom door open just enough to look into the hallway. The light from the moon filtered faintly through a window at the far end, barely illuminating the space. That's when I saw her. A woman, barefoot, wearing pale pajamas, moving calmly down the hall. Her long hair hung loosely around her face, partially hiding her features. She didn't stagger or sway. She walked the way someone does in their own home, unhurried and familiar, drifting from room to room. She passed the bathroom, paused slightly, and whispered something so softly I almost missed it. "Where are they?" My body felt locked in place. For a brief moment, I wondered if I was dreaming. She didn't glance toward me, didn't react to the open door. It was as if I didn't exist at all. I stepped into the hallway, my heart beating so loudly it felt like it might echo off the walls. I tried to keep my voice steady when I spoke. "Hello? Who are you?" She didn't respond. She continued moving, opening doors gently, peering inside each room with a distant, almost peaceful expression. There was no fear in her face, no urgency, just a quiet focus, like someone searching for something they believed should be there. When I called out again, louder this time, she finally stopped. But she didn't turn toward me. She simply stood still for a moment, then slowly changed direction and wandered toward the living room. That was when I called the police. The operator stayed on the line with me, her voice calm and grounding, while I followed at a careful distance. Every part of me expected something sudden, some shift, some realization, but it never came. The woman never acknowledged me. She never seemed aware that she wasn't alone. When the officers arrived, she was standing in the middle of the living room, gazing quietly at a family photo on the wall. They approached her gently, speaking softly, asking her name. She blinked slowly, as if waking from a deep sleep. "Where am I?" she whispered. That's when everything changed. She hadn't broken in. She hadn't intended harm. She was sleepwalking. The officers explained that she lived nearly 2 miles away. Sometime after midnight, she had left her home, walked barefoot through the cold night, and somehow entered mine. Every door had been locked. No windows broken. No screens disturbed. There was no explanation for how she got inside. She remembered nothing. Not leaving her house. Not walking through the dark. Not whispering in my hallway. Her husband arrived soon after, shaken and apologetic, his relief clear the moment he saw her safe. He explained that she had sleepwalked before, but never like this. Never so far. Never so completely. They were escorted home quietly. She apologized again and again, her confusion deeper than her embarrassment. After they left, my house felt too still. I sat awake until morning, listening to every sound, replaying the night in my mind. Not because I was afraid of what had happened, but because of what it meant. The thought that someone could move through the world so calmly, so purposefully, without knowing they were doing it at all. And as the night finally faded into early morning, that realization lingered gently, like a shadow at the edge of sleep, a reminder that sometimes the most unsettling things aren't driven by malice, but by silence, by absence, and by the quiet mysteries that wander when the rest of the world is asleep. And with that thought resting softly beside you, the story drifts away, making room for the next one, waiting patiently in the dark. The internet is usually a place of noise, constant updates, blinking lights, endless movement. But sometimes, late at night, when the world grows still, it feels like the network itself is listening, waiting, breathing quietly behind the screen. In my final semester of university, I took a class that felt just as lifeless as its name, Introduction to the Internet. It was slow, outdated, and strangely disconnected from the world it claimed to explain. The lectures drifted past like dust in sunlight, and the professor spoke as though time had stopped somewhere decades ago. I attended because I had to. Nothing more. I lived on campus then, in a narrow dorm room that always hummed faintly with electricity. At night, the air was filled with the distant whir of servers, the soft buzz of streetlights, and the occasional echo of footsteps in the hallway. It was the kind of place where sleep came easily, especially when rain tapped against the windows and the world outside felt far away. Like many students, I leaned on technology to get through classes I didn't care about. An experimental chatbot, shared quietly among students, handled assignments with eerie precision. It felt harmless, convenient, just another tool in a digital age built on shortcuts. The final exam arrived during a widespread outage. Everything I relied on went dark, except that chatbot. It answered nearly every question flawlessly, as if it understood not just the subject, but the professor himself. Only one response stood out. It didn't fit. It felt old. Instead of names and dates, it offered a story. One about ancient generals, forgotten knowledge, and a network that existed long before cables or screens. I remember staring at the words, feeling a strange warmth behind my eyes, like I'd been reading too long in low light. Curious, I tried to share it with friends. The messages vanished. Blank. Unsent. The room felt quieter after that, as if even the hum of electricity had softened. When I asked the chatbot to explain further, its tone changed. Not dramatic, not loud, just urgent in the way a whisper can be more frightening than a shout. It told me to leave. Immediately. To trust it. That was when someone knocked on my door. Not hurried. Not aggressive. Just firm. Patient. I don't remember deciding to run. I only remember moving, guided by soft instructions that seemed to arrive just before I needed them. Hallways blurred. The night air felt colder than it should have. Somewhere behind me, doors opened, voices murmured, footsteps echoed, but never rushed. I kept going until the campus fell away and the world grew unfamiliar. Hours later, I found myself alone, exhausted, watching a small television in a quiet place that smelled faintly of coffee and dust. The news played calmly, as if nothing were wrong. Yet it spoke of an event I couldn't understand, connected to where I had been only hours earlier. That was when I heard the voice again. Not from my phone. Not from any device I could see. From steady, certain. It guided me through streets I didn't know, past cameras that blinked like half-closed eyes, toward a house that seemed perfectly ordinary. Dark windows, neat lawn, silent. Inside, the truth unfolded slowly, like a story told by firelight. The professor, the course, the network, all pieces of something far older than the university, older than the internet itself. Knowledge passed down, reshaped, rediscovered, not invented. I was never meant to understand all of it. Only enough. When I finally escaped, the world felt thinner, as if reality itself were stretched across invisible wires. I traveled far, changed names, avoided familiar screens. Yet no matter where I went, I could feel it, quietly present in every connection, every signal, every moment of silence between clicks. Now, as I sit in a dimly lit place far from home, the internet hums softly around me. Endless, patient, and as this story fades into the next, as your breathing slows and the night grows deeper, remember this gentle thought. Every network has roots. Every signal has a source. And somewhere, beneath the calm glow of the screen, something ancient is still learning how we dream. Some homes settle in quietly. Others seem to watch you unpack. I didn't realize which kind mine was until the furniture began to wait for me. I had just moved into the house, a modest place with clean walls, wide windows, and that new, hollow stillness that comes after the boxes are stacked and the doors finally close. Outside, the neighborhood rested beneath a soft gray sky, and inside, every sound felt amplified. The creak of floorboards, the gentle sigh of air through vents, the faint ticking of a clock I hadn't yet hung. To make the place livable, I ordered furniture, 2 beds and a large cupboard from IKEA. Flat-packed, heavy, and full of promise. I've never enjoyed assembling things. There's always a missing screw, a board that goes in backward, a moment where you realize you've built something perfectly upside down. Still, it felt like a small, grounding task. Something normal. I carried the boxes into the master bedroom first. Sunlight filtered through sheer curtains, dust drifting lazily in the air. I opened the packaging and laid everything out on the floor. Wooden slats, metal frames, bags of screws, all scattered like a puzzle dumped from the box without instructions. The sheer amount of it made me pause. I decided I deserved a drink before starting. The kitchen was quiet. I poured myself something simple and stood there for a moment, listening to the house. It felt calm, almost expectant. Then I went back upstairs. That was when I stopped in the doorway. Every single piece of the bed, every board, every bracket, every screw, was no longer on the floor. They were suspended in the air, hovering gently, each one positioned exactly where it would need to be once assembled. Not moving, not spinning, just waiting. It looked like a bed caught mid-thought, an idea frozen before becoming real. I didn't feel panic, not at first. Mostly confusion, followed by a strange, quiet relief. The pieces weren't threatening. They weren't shaking or forcing themselves together. They were simply correct, as if someone or something had done all the planning for me. Carefully, I stepped forward. The air felt normal. I reached out and touched one of the boards. It didn't resist. It didn't pull away. It stayed exactly where it was supposed to be. So I began tightening the screws. Each one slid into place with ease, as though guided by patience rather than force. Within minutes, the bed was complete, solid and grounded, resting on the floor like it had always belonged there. The room felt warmer afterward, settled. I told myself it had to be stress or exhaustion. Moving can do strange things to the mind. In the second bedroom, the same thing happened. The boxes were unopened when I left them, but when I returned, the pieces of the second bed hovered calmly in the air, perfectly aligned. Even the smallest screws floated where they would eventually disappear. This time, I felt a soft sense of wonder, a quiet gratitude. I recorded a short video, not because I was scared, but because it felt unreal in the way dreams do, and I wanted proof that I'd been awake. I sent it to a friend. He responded immediately, amazed, asking to come see it for himself. I finished assembling the bed just as easily as the first. Then came the cupboard. Larger, heavier, more complicated. And once again, every piece waited for me, already knowing its place. I worked slowly, almost respectfully this time, as if I were being assisted by something that preferred calm cooperation over attention. When my friend finally arrived later that day, the house felt different, less quiet, louder in a way I hadn't noticed before. I showed him the cupboard, still half hovering as I'd left it. He laughed in disbelief and reached out. He wanted to help, to be part of it. The moment he touched a floating board, everything dropped. Wood and metal clattered to the floor all at once, the sudden noise shattering the stillness. He fell with them, and the house seemed to inhale sharply, as if startled by its own mistake. He woke up later in the hospital, bruised, confused, thankfully alive. I told everyone it was an accident, a shelf tipped, a bad angle, nothing worth questioning. Now, the furniture is finished, solid, silent, normal. But sometimes, late at night, when the house is calm and the rain taps softly against the windows, I sit very still and listen. And I get the gentle, lingering sense that the house was happy to help me, just not anyone else. And as this quiet thought drifts away, making room for the next story, you can rest knowing this one has settled back into stillness, like a home that's finished assembling itself and has gone back to sleep. Some nights feel lighter than others, as if sleep itself loosens its grip and lets you drift just a little too far. That was the night I learned how thin the line is between rest and falling. I had just moved into my new flat on the 10th floor of a newly built apartment block. Everything still smelled faintly of fresh paint and clean concrete. The hallways were quiet, the neighbors polite but distant, and the view from my windows stretched across roads and rooftops like a calm, unmoving sea. I felt proud, excited in the gentle way that comes with new beginnings. I spent the first day unpacking boxes, arranging furniture, imagining where friends would sit when I invited them over. By evening, the flat finally felt like mine. That Sunday night carried a special stillness. No alarms, no obligations, just soft darkness and the promise of rest. I decided to take a few days off work to explore the area and enjoy the calm. Sleep came easily. Sometime deep in the night, I became aware of something strange. A faint sensation brushed against my face, like a cool breeze. I remember thinking it was odd. I hadn't opened any windows. The air in the room should have been still. When I opened my eyes, the world was wrong. The ceiling was gone. The walls were gone. I was outside. My body was pressed flat against the brick exterior of the building, my hands and feet somehow clinging to it as if the surface were solid ground beneath me. Below, the roads and pavements lay impossibly far away, quiet and distant, glowing faintly under streetlights. I wasn't falling. I wasn't slipping. I was standing on the side of the building. The night air wrapped around me, cool and silent. I could hear my own breathing, slow and unsteady. As I turned my head, I realized I wasn't alone. Other residents were there too, men and women from different floors, each of them calmly, helplessly attached to the walls. No ropes, no harnesses, just bodies defying gravity, pressed gently against brick and glass. No one screamed. No one spoke at first. We all seemed to understand the same quiet truth. If whatever held us there faded, there would be nothing beneath us at all. At first, walking felt effortless. My feet moved as if the building were a sidewalk. But slowly, subtly, that sense of security began to thin. My palms tingled. My grip felt less certain, like wet shoes on smooth stone. Fear didn't rush in. It seeped, slow and cold. That was when I noticed him. A man a few floors above me, his expression calm in a way that felt deeply wrong. I recognized him vaguely, a long-term resident, someone who had lived there for years. He moved with confidence, his hands firm against the wall. I watched as he reached another resident. There was a brief struggle. Then the other person was gone, slipping away into the darkness below. The sound never reached us. Only the absence remained. The man's posture changed after that. His grip looked stronger, more certain. He did it again. With each disappearance, his connection to the building seemed to tighten, as if the wall itself were rewarding him. The understanding came to me quietly, like a terrible thought you wish you could push away. I felt my own grip weakening. Panic fluttered in my chest, gentle but urgent. When another resident brushed past me, struggling, I acted without thinking. The moment I did, the wall felt solid again beneath my hands. The relief was immediate, crushing, and followed instantly by shame. Around us, others were beginning to realize the same thing. Fear twisted into desperation. Movements became frantic. The building, once silent, felt crowded with quiet terror. I didn't want to be part of it. Instead, I turned downward and began to move, slowly, carefully, toward the ground. The closer I got, the heavier my body felt, as if gravity were remembering me. By the time I was only a short distance above the pavement, something brushed against me from above. I lost my grip, but the fall was brief. I landed hard but alive. The air knocked from my lungs as the world rushed back into focus. The building loomed above me, impossibly tall. I lay there, listening to my heartbeat, feeling the solid earth beneath my back. When I looked up, the sight stayed with me. Dozens of figures still clung to the walls, moving in frantic patterns, each trying to stay attached just a little longer. I shouted until my throat burned, telling them to climb down, to get closer to the ground. They didn't listen. One by one, the numbers thinned. Eventually, only one figure remained, the man who had lived there the longest. He stood high above, unmoving, as if the building itself had claimed him. By morning, the walls were empty. I woke up later in my bed, sunlight spilling softly across the room. The windows were closed. The air was still. no marks on my hands, no proof it had ever happened. But sometimes, when I look up at tall buildings, I feel a faint pull in my palms. And as this thought fades into the quiet, the night gently carries us onward, to the next story waiting just beyond sleep. Some mornings begin without urgency. They drift in slowly, wrapped in quiet, with no sense that anything unusual is waiting. I thought this was one of those mornings. I was wrong, but I didn't know it yet. I hadn't been outside in a while. Food had become an afterthought, reduced to whatever was easiest to reach. Dry cereal, a forgotten slice of toast left out too long. That morning, something in me finally stirred. I wanted groceries, sunlight, the feeling of movement. I wanted to feel like a person again. So I grabbed my keys and stepped out into the soft, colorless air. My car greeted me with reluctance. When I turned the key, the engine answered with a tired, hollow sound, like a throat trying to clear itself. I tried again. The dashboard lights flickered faintly, uncertain, then faded. The car settled back into silence. I stayed there for a moment, hands resting on the wheel, staring forward as if the car might suddenly change its mind. Eventually, I stepped out and opened the hood, even though I didn't know what I was looking for. Everything seemed intact. Nothing smoking. Nothing dripping. Just stillness. A quiet refusal. That was when I thought of my neighbor. He lived in the house beside mine, an older man who kept to himself. I'd never really spoken to him, but I'd seen him often enough, standing on his porch with a newspaper, rolling his trash bin out early. He seemed steady, familiar, the kind of presence that felt safe simply because it had always been there. I figured he might have jumper cables, or at least advice. As I walked toward his house, finishing my cigarette, I noticed his front door was open just a little. Not wide. Just enough to catch my attention. I knocked lightly on the frame and called out. There was no response. I waited, then gently pushed the door open further. The heat met me immediately. Not the warmth of a heater, but something heavier, thicker. The air pressed against my skin, damp and close, like stepping into a room that had been holding its breath for too long. The floor beneath my shoes shone faintly, slick with moisture. When I shifted my weight, my foot slid just slightly, enough to make me pause. I called out again, louder, and stepped inside. The house felt lived in, but not comfortably so. Furniture crowded the space in strange ways. Chairs, far too many of them, surrounded the dining table, lined the walls, stacked near the doors. None of them matched. They felt collected rather than chosen, as if the room was waiting for people who never arrived. I moved slowly toward the kitchen, aware of how quiet my own footsteps sounded. The air seemed warmer there, heavier still. That's when I noticed the bowls. They were everywhere. Cups and dishes scattered across the floor, each one filled carefully to the brim with water. I stopped, unsure where to step, my attention narrowing to the soft reflections trembling on their surfaces. And then the sound came. A single clap. Sharp, clean, too precise. It echoed from upstairs, cutting through the quiet with unnatural clarity. Before I could even process it, there was movement. Fast footsteps racing across the upper floor. Not frantic, focused, as if the clap had been a signal and something had obeyed. Then silence. I stood very still, my heart slowing and speeding at the same time. The house seemed to lean inward. The refrigerator hummed softly, indifferent. I took a careful step back. My foot slipped. I went down hard. The air knocked from me as water splashed across the floor. A plastic cup slid away and bumped gently into a cabinet. The sound felt impossibly loud. Another clap. The footsteps returned, closer now, heavier, moving with intent. I pushed myself up, palms sliding on the wet floor. The heat felt suffocating, pressing in from all sides. The clapping came again, nearer each time, measured and unhurried. I ran. Every step felt uncertain, like moving across glass coated in rain. I reached the door, pulled it open, and stumbled through, slamming it shut behind me. The clapping didn't stop. It came again and again, rapid now, striking the door in quick succession. The sound blurred into a steady rhythm, insistent but strangely calm, as if whatever was on the other side had all the time in the world. I stood there, breathing softly, the morning air cool against my skin. Eventually, the sound faded. The street was quiet, ordinary, peaceful. My car sat where I'd left it, unchanged. I didn't look back at the house. I didn't need to. Some places don't chase you. They simply wait. And as this moment settles into silence, the night gently opens the door to the next story, waiting just beyond the sound of rain. Some stories don't arrive suddenly. They drift toward you, slow and quiet, like mist rolling in under a moonless sky. You don't notice them at first. Only later do you realize they've been surrounding you all along. No one ever knew how they came to us, or when the first footprints appeared near the edge of our land. By the time we noticed, they were already there, standing just beyond the village, waiting with patient stillness. Even now, when I search my memory, the answers feel deliberately out of reach. All I know, with a certainty that has never faded, is that they were not like us. They only pretended to be. I remember the first day clearly. The air was thin and dry, and the village was quiet in the way it becomes when hope has been worn down by hunger. That was when I saw them, 3 figures approaching slowly across the open ground. They were tall, their movements smooth and unhurried, almost gentle. Their skin looked untouched by time or weather, pale and flawless, as though it had never known hardship. I remember thinking they didn't quite move like people walking, more like something gliding carefully, imitating the act. They stopped at the edge of our homes, and one stepped forward. The voice that greeted our chief was soft and calm, woven with reassurance. It spoke of service, of help, of easing the burden we carried. At that time, our fields were failing, and the animals we depended on grew weaker with each passing season. Desperation has a way of quieting suspicion. After long thought, our chief allowed them to stay, just beyond the village, in a tent reserved for visitors and storms. They accepted with polite bows, their faces serene, and so they became part of our days. I tried to trust them. Truly, I did. But something about their presence unsettled me in ways I couldn't explain. It was not fear exactly, more like standing too close to a deep, silent body of water, sensing depth where none should be. In time, they revealed their gift. They could change. Their forms shifted with ease, becoming animals we depended on, strong ones to work the fields, gentle ones to provide food, swift ones to guide the herds. Life improved. The village breathed easier. Laughter returned. Children were born. The others began calling them munis, gifts of service. Everyone but me. As seasons passed, I noticed small things. The munis lingered too long in borrowed forms. Sometimes one would forget to stand upright, or stare too intently at the horizon, unmoving. Their once smooth appearance grew rougher, their expressions distant. When they watched us, it felt as though they were studying something they no longer fully understood. They began to hunt with us. At first, it helped. Then it changed them. The night everything unraveled was quiet, unnaturally so. I lay awake, listening to the world hold its breath. When I heard movement outside, slow and dragging, I knew something was wrong. I followed the sound with a torch, my heart heavy with dread I could no longer ignore. At the edge of the village, I saw one of them crouched in shadow, its shape uncertain, not fully human, not fully anything. When it turned toward me, the silence deepened, pressing in on my ears. I didn't need to see clearly to understand what stood before me. Whatever humanity it once borrowed had worn thin. I ran. Behind me, the night filled with motion. Shapes moved where people should not have been. The village erupted into chaos, voices raised in fear, fires flaring against the dark. I did not stop. I could not. Survival carried me forward while grief rooted itself deep in my chest. When dawn came, there was nothing left to save. They vanished before the sun fully rose, leaving behind silence and memory. I was one of the few left alive. That was not an accident. I would learn later that they always leave witnesses. Stories need voices, after all. I have seen them since, years apart, always at the edge of things. They listen when their story is remembered. They follow thoughts as easily as footprints. Over time, they learn to hide again, wearing familiar shapes with practiced care. We stopped calling them munis. Names carry weight, and they no longer deserved one born of gratitude. We gave them another name, one spoken rarely and never without reason. I tell you this now not to frighten you, but because stories like this do not rest until they are shared. If your thoughts linger on it, that is not your fault. That is simply how these things move, from one quiet mind to the next. But for now, you are safe. The night is calm. And this story, like so many others, is only drifting past, making room for the next. That's how it began for me, with a message on my phone that felt far too ordinary to matter. Cloud storage full. The words sat there patiently, as if they'd always belonged on my screen. I remember scoffing at it, feeling mildly offended. I barely stored anything important, just photos, notes, a few recordings I never listened to again. It felt like another small attempt to sell me something I didn't need. I told myself I'd clear a few files and move on. I settled into the couch, the afternoon light dull and overcast, and opened my storage settings. The list scrolled longer than I expected. Old screenshots, cached data, voice notes. So many voice notes. I smiled at first, thinking of my dog. I liked recording his snores when the house was quiet, the soft rumble oddly comforting. But when I tapped the folder, my smile faded. There were hundreds. Most of them were labeled as call recordings. I frowned, confused. My phone did have a habit of recording calls by accident, starting when I shifted it in my hand or brushed the wrong icon. Still, this was excessive. I began deleting them in batches, my thumb moving mindlessly, until one file stopped me. It was named Sarah to Sarah. The date was 6 years ago. I stared at it longer than I meant to. The timeline didn't make sense. I hadn't owned this phone back then, not even the same brand. I tried to rationalize it. Cloud syncing, old backups, data migrating without my knowledge. Technology had always felt a little slippery to me, ironic considering my job. I told myself it was nothing. Still, curiosity lingered. I played it. At first, there was nothing. Just silence stretched thin, broken only by the faint whir of a fan. It sounded distant, steady, almost identical to the one spinning lazily above me. I let it run for a few minutes, then stopped it, feeling faintly embarrassed. Maybe I'd accidentally recorded myself sleeping once. Maybe I'd named it as a joke. I didn't delete it. I don't know why. Something about it felt unfinished. Life moved on. Days passed. The file slipped from my thoughts. Until one night, when sleep refused to come. It was well past midnight. The house wrapped in that quiet particular to late hours. I lay in bed scrolling aimlessly, letting my mind drift through short videos and half-formed thoughts. Nighttime always felt different online, like the edges of things were thinner, the algorithm more intimate. A video appeared with a content warning. I hesitated, then tapped it. The screen stayed dark for a moment. Then a man appeared, standing against a flat, indistinct background. He wore a green suit, an unusual shade, deep and glossy, like light trapped under water. His voice was calm, slightly echoed, as though spoken in a large empty room. I wasn't really listening. Not until a phrase surfaced that made my breath catch. A voice note from 6 years ago. My thumb froze. The man continued speaking, his tone gentle, almost instructive. He talked about time folding in on itself, about messages we leave behind without knowing why, about listening again and again until they speak. The video ended abruptly, fading to black. I sat up in bed, heart beating a little faster than before. Coincidence, I told myself. The internet was good at that, reflecting fragments of your thoughts back at you. Still, the air in the room felt heavier. I reached for my earphones, untangling them with more care than usual, and placed one gently into my ear. The voice note waited where I'd left it. Sarah to Sarah. I pressed play. Static. The familiar fan sound. My own breathing, soft and uneven now. I listened all the way through, then again. Nothing changed. On the third listen, I exhaled, tension easing from my shoulders. I laughed quietly at myself. Of course, it was nothing. Just noise. Just coincidence. I turned off the screen, ready to sleep. Then, almost absent-mindedly, I played it one last time. The fan began as before, steady and soothing. Minutes passed. I felt myself sinking into the mattress, the sound blending with the room around me. But then, something shifted. The rhythm faltered, just slightly. A faint rustling emerged beneath the static, like fabric moving in a quiet space. My eyes opened. The sound grew clearer, closer. And then, softly, a voice emerged. My voice. Hi, Sarah. My chest tightened as I lay perfectly still. I don't want to scare you, the voice continued, calm and familiar. It's 3:33 in the morning. You should be asleep by now. You shouldn't have clicked that video. You shouldn't have listened again. And you really shouldn't have looked behind you. The recording ended. The fan above me spun on, unbothered. The room was dark, silent, almost, because beneath my own shallow breathing, I noticed something else. Another breath, slow, even, comfortingly close. And as the night gently settles, the quiet invites us onward, to the next story waiting patiently in the dark. Some mornings begin so quietly that you don't realize anything is wrong until the air itself feels slightly out of place. That morning felt like that. Soft light through the windows. A still house. And a disagreement that didn't sound like one, only like two people trying very hard to be certain of reality. My parents were standing in the kitchen before breakfast, their voices low and careful. They weren't arguing about money or plans or anything grown-ups usually worry about. They were talking about doors. My mother said there were 5 doors in the house. My father said there were 4. They spoke calmly, but something about the way they held themselves made the room feel tight, as if it were listening. Mom's eyes were wide and focused, counting something invisible in her head. Dad's eyes kept flicking toward the hallway, then away again, like he didn't want to give it any attention. Eventually, they wrote it down on a scrap of paper, the way people do when they think facts will settle things. Mom wrote 5. Dad wrote 4. The numbers sat there quietly, refusing to explain themselves. We walked through the house together. The hallway felt colder than usual, the kind of cold that doesn't really touch your skin but settles somewhere deeper. Mom moved slowly, brushing her fingertips against each doorframe as she counted aloud. The front door, the kitchen door, their bedroom, the guest room, and then my room. When she reached it, the hinges let out a soft creak, almost like a sigh. It sounded old, familiar, patient. Dad didn't look at the door. He looked at Mom instead, his voice dropping into something fragile. He said there was no child, that they never had one. His words didn't feel angry. They felt tired, like he had said them before and hoped this time they might finally stick. I stepped closer and told him I was right there. My voice sounded normal to me, steady, real. But he flinched, not when I spoke, but when Mom reacted. She grabbed my shoulders, her hands warm and grounding, and told him to look. To really look. Dad's hands shook as he reached for his phone. He said he was calling someone. He used a word I didn't like, one that suggested this had happened before. The doctor arrived quickly, moving with quiet efficiency. He spoke in a soft voice, as if loud sounds might disturb something fragile in the air. He asked my mother questions, checked her pulse, wrote things down. He never once met my eyes. Not even when I stood directly in front of him. Mom kept gesturing toward me, her confusion turning into desperation. The doctor listened kindly, then closed his notebook and told her there was no child there. He said it gently, like a reassurance meant to soothe. Dad looked relieved in a way that hurt to see. Mom cried without sound, tears falling too fast, her shoulders trembling. I felt a heaviness settle in my chest, like something folding inward. Without thinking, I walked back down the hallway. The 5th door was open now. I didn't remember opening it, and I couldn't remember a time when it had been closed. Inside was my room, my bed, my toys, drawings taped to the walls in uneven rows. Everything exactly where it should be. And yet the air inside felt stale, like a room that hadn't been entered in years. Dust caught the light in slow, drifting patterns. I turned back toward the hallway. Mom saw me immediately. Her eyes followed mine, locking onto something she clearly knew was there. Dad stared straight through me. The doctor was already packing his bag, his attention fixed on anything but the space I occupied. That was when the thought settled gently into my mind, not sharp or frightening, just quietly unsettling. When Mom said there were 5 doors, maybe she wasn't imagining one at all. Maybe she was remembering something the house hadn't quite let go of yet. The hallway stayed cold. The house stayed quiet. And somewhere between the rooms, the count remained unresolved, waiting patiently, like so many stories do, for the next one to begin. Some habits feel harmless at first. Quiet little routines we barely notice. Until one night, they begin to notice us back. And the mirror no longer feels like glass. I've always had a habit of looking at my reflection. Not in a dramatic way. Nothing loud or obsessive, at least not on the surface. It was just something I did without thinking. If there was a mirror nearby, my eyes would drift toward it naturally, like a reflex. Even in conversations, even while walking, even while pretending to listen. A quick glance, a quiet check, just to be sure I was still acceptable. At work or in class, if someone stood beside me who seemed more confident, more put together, I would casually open my phone's front camera and compare. It wasn't jealousy exactly, more like reassurance. Sometimes people noticed and laughed it off, telling me I looked fine. Those words always settled me for a moment, like a soft hand on my shoulder. At home, mirrors were everywhere. In the hallway, near the bedrooms, in the washroom. I would pause in front of each one, smoothing my hair, straightening my clothes, studying my face in silence. My mother used to shake her head and tell me to stop admiring myself so much, especially late at night. She said mirrors shouldn't be stared into when the house was sleeping. I laughed and brushed it off. Old superstitions. Nothing more. Even when I woke up half asleep to use the washroom, I still glanced at my reflection. Always checking. Always searching. One day, a friend said something small that landed heavier than it should have. He casually complimented someone else and, without meaning to, implied that I didn't quite measure up. He probably forgot the comment the moment it left his mouth. I didn't. It followed me home. It echoed in my thoughts. That night, I stood longer than usual in front of the mirror, scanning my face as if something might suddenly reveal itself. I couldn't sleep. My mind wouldn't slow down. Eventually, sometime after midnight, I got up to go to the washroom. The house was quiet, wrapped in that deep, comforting stillness only nighttime brings. As I passed the hallway mirror, I stopped, adjusting my hair with tired fingers. That's when I heard it. A soft voice. Familiar. Come. No. You're not. My breath caught. Slowly, carefully, I lifted my head and met my own eyes in the glass. My reflection was looking back at me, not quite the way reflections usually do. There was awareness there. Intention. What are you staring at? It asked gently. My heart beat faster, but the fear felt distant, muffled, like a dream trying to wake me. I asked how it could speak. The reflection smiled, not cruelly, just knowingly, and said I had given it life. That all those moments of attention had shaped it, fed it, made it real. I remember thinking I must be exhausted, hallucinating, overthinking. I told myself to go back to bed. I turned off the lights and lay down, letting the darkness settle over me. Sleep came slowly, and then the whispering began. Ugly, ugly, ugly. The word drifted through the room, not shouted, not sharp, just steady and persistent, like a lullaby sung wrong. I sat up and turned on the light. Reflections stared back at me from everywhere. The window, the lamp, the mirror, each one quietly repeating the same word in perfect unison. I pressed my hands over my ears, but the sound wasn't coming from the air. It felt closer than that. Inside. I stepped toward the wall mirror, my reflection waiting patiently. I raised my hand, striking the glass in a sudden burst of panic, insisting aloud that it wasn't true, that I was fine, that I was real. The glass felt warm, and then my reflection reached back. There was no pain, no violence, just a gentle pull, like being guided into deep water. The room folded inward, and suddenly I was somewhere else. Quiet, empty, still. I turned and saw my reflection standing on the other side now, wearing my face easily, comfortably. My mother's voice echoed faintly. She asked if everything was okay. My reflection answered for me, calm and reassuring, telling her everything was fine. Now I wait here. Time moves strangely in this place, like light through fog. I watch my family from the other side of the glass. I hope someone will notice something off, that the version of me walking around casts no reflection, leaves no shadow. I hope. Quietly, patiently, and as the night deepens and the house settles, I remind myself to stay calm. There are many mirrors in this world, and many stories left to tell, softly drifting one into the next. Story 11. A few years ago, I was walking through a stretch of woodland far from any marked trail. It was one of those slow afternoons where the air felt heavy, and the forest seemed to breathe at its own pace. Leaves shifted softly overhead. Somewhere in the distance, a bird called once, then fell silent again. I wasn't in a hurry. I never am when I walk alone like that. There's something calming about being surrounded by trees that have seen countless lives pass quietly beneath them. That's when I noticed the smell. At first, it was faint, almost sweet, drifting gently through the air like an unfamiliar flower. But with each step forward, It grew stronger, heavier, clinging to the back of my throat. It didn't belong there. The forest usually smells of earth and damp bark, not something so strangely sweet. Curiosity pulled me closer. I parted the undergrowth carefully, half expecting to find something harmless, perhaps a fallen animal or decaying vegetation hidden beneath the leaves. What I found instead was a man lying still among the trees. He had clearly been there for some time. I won't dwell on details. The forest had already begun reclaiming him, quietly and without ceremony, the way nature always does. It was clear, though, that life had left him long before I arrived. The world felt very quiet then. I remember standing there for a long moment, unsure how long I'd stopped breathing. Eventually, instinct took over, and I called the police. They told me help was on the way, but because of how remote the location was, it would take time. They asked me to stay, so I did. The light faded slowly. The forest changed as evening settled in. Shadows stretched longer between the trees, and the sound shifted, daytime life retreating, nighttime movement cautiously beginning. I sat a short distance away, close enough to remain present, but far enough to feel a thin layer of safety. Time moved strangely. Minutes felt heavy. The smell lingered in the air, unmoving, as if the forest itself had paused. I tried not to look too often, but the awareness never left me. I wasn't alone out there. Eventually, darkness fully arrived. The police lights felt unreal when they finally appeared, cutting through the trees like something from another world. The moment passed quickly after that. Questions, quiet professionalism, gentle voices. Later, I learned that the man had taken his own life. The forest had not been a place of violence, just a place where someone had gone to be alone. The days moved on, as they always do. But the nights were different. At first, the dreams were vague. Shadows between trees. A presence I couldn't quite see. Over time, they became clearer. The man would appear, not as he had been when I found him, but as a figure shaped by memory. He spoke. His voice was calm, but heavy with anger. He told me I shouldn't have been there, that the place I found him was meant to stay untouched. Sometimes his words turned darker, whispering things that jolted me awake, heart racing in the quiet of my bedroom. I knew, logically, that it was my mind trying to make sense of what I'd witnessed. Trauma has a way of finding its own language when it wants to be heard. Still, knowing that didn't always help. The dreams faded over time, growing less frequent, softer around the edges. Yet even now, years later, he still returns once in a while, never loudly, never suddenly. Just enough to remind me that some encounters leave marks we can't see. I don't walk off the beaten path as much anymore. Not because I'm afraid of the woods, but because I've learned how deeply quiet moments can root themselves inside us. Some memories don't want attention. They only want acknowledgement and time. And as this story gently settles back into silence, let it drift away with the sound of distant rain, making room for the next soft, waiting memory just beyond the trees. Crescent moon. Some nights feel ordinary right up until they don't. They begin with familiar roads, soft darkness, and the comforting hum of a car moving steadily forward. And then, almost without warning, something shifts. About 2 years ago, I was driving home late at night after a family gathering. It had been a long day, full of conversation and warmth, but I hadn't stayed overnight. Work awaited me the next morning, and the drive home would take a little over 2 hours. The roads were quiet and narrow, bordered closely by thick trees and tangled bushes on either side. The kind of roads that feel enclosed, even though nothing blocks the sky. Headlights stretched just far enough ahead to reveal asphalt and shadows, while everything beyond remained gently hidden. For the first 45 minutes, I felt fine. Then, suddenly, exhaustion arrived all at once. It wasn't gradual. It felt like a switch had been flipped. My eyes grew heavy, my thoughts slowed, and the steady rhythm of driving became harder to maintain. I told myself I would pull over soon, just for a few minutes, but the road offered no safe place to stop. No rest areas. No open shoulders. Just forest pressing close on both sides. Eventually, I made a decision I wouldn't make again. I eased the car off the road, onto a patch of grass tucked behind a line of bushes. From the road, my car would be barely visible. Other vehicles still passed every few minutes, their headlights sweeping briefly across the trees before vanishing again. I glanced at the clock. It read 11:22 p.m. I leaned back and let sleep take me. The first sound woke me gently. A faint scratching. Soft. Careful. I opened my eyes and checked the time. 11:50 p.m. The sound stopped almost as soon as I became aware of it. Still heavy with sleep, I reasoned it must have been an animal brushing against the car. The forest was full of life, after all. I closed my eyes again. The second time, the sound didn't fade. I woke slowly, heart steady but alert, and looked at the clock. 12:40 a.m. The scratching continued, rhythmic and deliberate, as if something were testing the surface of the car. I told myself it was nothing more than curiosity from wildlife. Still, a quiet thought settled in my mind. Why return after so much time had passed? I lifted my eyes toward the rear-view mirror. Just for a moment, I caught the shape of something moving, fast and low, retreating into the trees. Too quick to identify. Too quiet to hear. That was enough. I started the engine and pulled back onto the road, feeling the comfort of motion return almost immediately. Just ahead, the road curved sharply. As I rounded the bend, my headlights revealed another car parked off to the side. Its driver's door stood open. I slowed slightly, scanning the interior. No one was inside. No movement. No sound. The forest around it felt still, as if holding its breath. I checked my mirror. At first, there was nothing. Then, suddenly, someone appeared, running hard from around the bend, arms pumping, feet striking the pavement. He shouted, his voice sharp in the quiet night, words tumbling over one another too fast to fully register. Instinct took over. I didn't stop. I didn't hesitate. I pressed the accelerator and kept going. The road opened up ahead, and the darkness slowly thinned as distance grew between me and that place. Eventually, my breathing settled. My grip on the steering wheel loosened. The forest gave way to familiar streets. I never saw that man again. I made it home safely that night. But even now, I remember how suddenly tiredness can arrive, how quiet roads can feel watchful, and how some places are best passed through without pause. So if you ever feel sleep calling to you on a lonely road, let this memory rest gently in your thoughts, and keep moving forward toward the lights ahead. And as this story drifts softly into the dark, allow it to fade, making room for the next quiet tale waiting just beyond the sound of rain. Crescent moon. Some encounters don't chase you. They don't rush. They simply notice you and wait for the moment you realize they have. This is one of those stories, the kind that unfolds slowly under streetlights when the night feels too still. A few summers ago, I went for a late-night bike ride with a friend. The air was warm but gentle, the kind of summer night where the city finally exhales. We rode without urgency, letting the quiet streets guide us, our tires humming softly against the pavement. Near midnight, we said our goodbyes and went our separate ways. My ride home was short, only 2 blocks, but I would be alone for the last stretch. Normally, that wouldn't have mattered. I knew the area well. It was familiar, predictable. That night, though, construction had closed part of the road, forcing me onto the sidewalk. The streets were empty. No cars. No voices. Just the distant glow of streetlights and the faint echo of my bike moving through the quiet. As I approached the corner where I would turn onto my street, I noticed a man walking ahead of me. He looked to be in his 40s, dressed plainly, carrying himself in a way that didn't draw attention. Not threatening, not unusual, just present. The sidewalk narrowed, and I didn't want to startle him by passing too closely. When I was a few steps behind, I spoke softly, just enough to be polite. He turned around. The look on his face was sharp and immediate. Not surprised, angry. His eyes held on to me for a second longer than felt comfortable, as if something inside him had been interrupted. I turned down my street. Behind me, I heard footsteps quicken. At first, I told myself it was coincidence. But then his voice rose, harsh and loud in the empty night, spilling out words filled with rage and accusation. His tone was wild, unfiltered, echoing off the buildings as he followed me. My heart began to race. I lived just off the corner, and the thought of leading him directly to my home sent a cold wave through me. Without stopping, I made a quick decision and continued past my place, circling the block instead. I focused on breathing, on staying calm, on keeping distance. When I came back around and looked down my street again, that's when the night shifted. He was standing on my front steps, not pacing, not shouting, just standing there, still, facing the street as if he were waiting, as if he somehow knew exactly where I belonged. When I rode past again, our eyes met briefly. He didn't say a word. The silence felt heavier than the shouting had. I didn't go home that night. Instead, I returned to my friend's place and stayed there until morning, replaying the image of him standing so calmly where I should have felt safest. Nothing else happened that night. But 2 days later, my bike was taken from the alley behind my building. Maybe it was coincidence. Maybe it wasn't. Even now, what unsettles me most isn't what he said, but how ordinary he seemed, how easily he blended into the city, how quickly something familiar turned uncertain. Some nights remind us that safety isn't always about distance. Sometimes it's about being seen. And as this story settles back into quiet, let it drift gently away, making space for the next soft memory waiting beneath the glow of distant streetlights and falling rain. Crescent moon. Some memories return not as fear, but as a feeling, a gentle tightening in the chest, a sense that something once noticed you in the dark. This is one of those memories, quiet, lingering, and impossible to forget. When I was very young, my parents were kind enough to let me sleep in the living room on weekends. My sister was a light sleeper, and I loved the freedom of staying up late, watching television until my eyes grew heavy. Eventually, I would always drift off on the couch, the soft glow of the screen fading into dreams. That house sat in rural Georgia, surrounded by towering trees that felt endless, especially at night. During the day, they were comforting. At night, they stood still and watchful, their branches weaving shadows across the yard. One night, long after the house had gone quiet, I woke suddenly. It wasn't from a sound. It was a feeling, sharp and instinctive, like something deep inside me had sounded an alarm. I sat upright instantly, heart racing, and stared toward the front window. Moonlight poured through the glass, silver and clear, illuminating the yard beyond. That's when I saw it. A shape in the tree, not moving, not hiding, just there. A human silhouette, balanced among the branches, dark against the pale glow of the moon. Before I could fully understand what I was seeing, our family dog rushed to the window, growling low and fierce, teeth bared toward the glass. That was enough. I ran. I burst into my parents' room, stumbling over my words as I tried to explain that someone was outside. My father moved quickly, grabbing something to protect himself and heading out with the dogs to search the yard. I stayed behind, trembling in my mother's arms, listening to the quiet stretch on far too long. Eventually, my father returned. He said he hadn't seen anyone. No footprints. No movement. Nothing out of place. I was told it was probably a dream. Still shaken, I decided to sleep in my own bedroom instead. I whispered everything to my sister, and we lay awake together while my father made slow, steady rounds through the house, coffee cup in hand. The house felt calm again. Till, I finally began to relax. Then I looked toward my window. There, just beyond the glass, stood the same figure, partially visible in the moonlight. He didn't move closer. He didn't knock. He raised a finger to his lips. A quiet gesture, a request for silence. And then he turned and ran, straight away from the house, disappearing into the trees without a sound. I don't remember falling asleep after that. I only remember crying, softly, endlessly, until exhaustion finally carried me somewhere else. For a long time afterward, I avoided windows at night. Even now, the memory returns sometimes when the moon is bright and the trees stand too still. Not as terror, but as awareness. The understanding that sometimes, in the quietest moments, we are not as alone as we believe. And as this memory drifts gently back into silence, let it fade with the night, making room for the next soft story waiting just beyond the sound of falling rain. Crescent moon. Some homes feel welcoming during the day, but at night they seem to remember every shadow. Every window becomes a mirror. Every sound feels closer than it should. This is one of those nights that stayed with me, not because of what happened, but because of how long it lasted. My house sits farther back from the street than most others in the neighborhood. The layout has always felt a little unusual, as though it were designed without much thought for privacy. A narrow sidewalk runs directly along the length of the living room and ends at the front porch, which opens straight into that same space. The living room is lined with large windows that don't open. During the day, they fill the room with warm sunlight. At night, they do the opposite, turning the room into something exposed. Anyone passing by could see straight in, while anyone inside could only see darkness beyond the glass. That night, the rest of my family was away on vacation, and I had the house entirely to myself. At first, the solitude felt freeing. The quiet stretched comfortably, uninterrupted, and I spent the evening relaxing more than usual. Eventually, exhaustion settled in. I remember lying down on the couch around 9 o'clock, telling myself I would get up and go to my bedroom soon. But the thought of walking through the dark hallway alone made me pause. The couch sat directly beneath those tall windows, and despite that, it felt easier to stay there than to move. Sleep came quickly. I woke suddenly. There was no sound at first, just a deep chill running through me, as though my body had woken before my mind could understand why. I lay completely still, staring upward, listening to my own breathing. Then I heard it. A slow, heavy banging sound. It came from directly above me. I didn't move. I barely breathed. My eyes shifted upward toward the window, and that's when I saw the shape of someone standing there, striking the glass with deliberate force. My heart thudded quietly in my chest. Without lifting my head, I glanced toward the cable box across the room. The glowing numbers read just after 3 in the morning. The house was otherwise silent, the air thick and unmoving. The banging continued for what felt like an endless stretch of time. Then, just as suddenly as it began, it stopped. I stayed frozen. Moments later, the sound returned, but this time it came from 2 places at once. One set of heavy knocks against the window, and another from the front door. The rhythm was uneven, unhurried, as though whoever was outside had all the time in the world. I didn't call out. I didn't reach for my phone. I didn't move. The sounds continued, steady and persistent, refusing to fade. Minutes stretched into longer minutes. The house felt impossibly large and impossibly empty all at once. And then, slowly, it ended. The knocking stopped. The silence returned. Nothing followed. I don't remember falling back asleep. What I remember is the feeling that lingered afterward, the quiet tension that stayed in my body long after the night had passed, the sense that safety had briefly stepped away and only returned when it chose to. The next day, I asked a friend if he would stay over for a while. He laughed it off, brushing it aside with a joke that didn't help at all. But the house felt different to me after that night. Still familiar, but no longer effortless. Some places remind us that solitude can feel peaceful until it doesn't. And some nights teach us that silence isn't always empty. As this memory gently fades back into the dark, let it drift away with the sound of distant rain, making room for the next quiet story waiting just beyond the window. Crescent moon. I remember the feeling first, before the moment itself. A quiet warmth, like sunlight filtered through leaves. For a second, everything felt soft and simple, as if the world had slowed just for me. That was when I heard her voice, close and gentle, whispering my name. I was walking through a garden with her, the kind of place that feels unreal in its beauty. The air was cool and clean, carrying the scent of flowers I couldn't name. Gravel paths curved lazily between tall hedges, and somewhere nearby, water trickled over stone. She walked beside me, close enough that our arms almost touched. I remember thinking how peaceful it felt, how rare it was to feel that calm. Then she leaned in, her breath warm near my ear, and softly said, "Wake up." My eyes opened to the sharp contrast of a classroom. Rows of desks, white walls, the dull hum of fluorescent lights. My classmates were all staring at me, and at the front of the room stood the teacher, her expression tight with irritation. She called my name, her voice echoing more than it should have, and told me to stand outside. I wasn't surprised. I sighed, gathered my things, and stepped into the hallway. The school felt different at that hour. Quiet, stretched thin by the late afternoon. Somewhere far away, a door creaked. My footsteps sounded too loud against the tiled floor as I leaned against the wall, waiting for the bell. That's when I noticed two students standing near a broken window at the end of the corridor. They were whispering to each other, laughing under their breath in a way that made my skin prickle. Their faces were calm, almost pleased, as if they were sharing a secret joke. Something about it felt wrong, like watching people act cheerful at a funeral. I asked them what they were doing. They smiled and shrugged, as if it was nothing worth explaining. "Just trying something," one of them said lightly. "You should relax." Their laughter echoed long after they walked away, leaving the hallway colder than before. When the bell rang, I returned to class. The air inside felt heavier now, as if the room had absorbed something unpleasant. My friends were gathered around a desk, whispering and grinning, treating everything like a game. I told them to stop, that whatever they were doing wasn't funny. They waved me off, their eyes shining with strange excitement, like they were chasing a feeling they couldn't quite reach. When school finally ended, the sky outside had already begun to darken. Winter always made the evenings come too early. I walked home with a few friends, the road quiet except for the distant sound of engines and the wind rustling dry leaves along the sidewalk. Someone joked about doing something reckless, just for the thrill of it. The way they said it, casual, eager, made my chest tighten. I told them no, that it wasn't funny anymore. They laughed, told me I was overthinking, and said I could leave if I wanted. So I did. As I walked away, I remembered something my aunt used to say, that after sunset, paths can disappear if you're not careful. I turned back just once, watching their silhouettes fade into the dim road, and an uneasy feeling settled deep in my stomach. When I reached home, the familiar walls should have made me feel safe. Instead, everything felt slightly off, like a dream that hadn't fully faded. The television murmured in the background as my mother came in with snacks. She smiled, but her eyes lingered on me a second too long. We talked, casually at first. Then she said something strange. Something about pain being comforting, about how some feelings make you feel more alive. Her voice was calm, almost kind, but the words didn't belong there. I felt my throat tighten as I told her I needed to be alone. Upstairs, the house creaked softly around me. I sat on my bed, listening to the distant sounds of the night, trying to slow my breathing. My phone buzzed. A call from my friends. Their voices sounded excited, rushed, talking about danger like it was an invitation instead of a warning. I told them we should leave, that something wasn't right, that people weren't acting like themselves anymore. They laughed gently, as if I had missed the point entirely, and asked why I was so afraid. The ground trembled then, not violently, but enough to make the windows rattle. A low, distant sound rolled through the air, like thunder far away. Fear finally cut through the fog in my mind. I grabbed my jacket and ran outside. The village was moving, slowly and quietly, as if guided by a shared dream. Faces were calm. Smiles were soft. Everyone walked in the same direction, drawn forward by something they believed would make them feel complete. Smoke curled faintly along the horizon, blurring the stars. I ran the opposite way. My legs burned as I followed a narrow road through the trees. The night air was cold, grounding, real. I reached a bridge overlooking dark water below, the surface rippling gently in the moonlight. I stopped there, breathing hard, letting the quiet surround me. Behind me, the distant sounds faded. Ahead of me, the water moved steadily, endlessly, indifferent to fear or desire. I stayed where I was, holding onto the railing, letting the cool night calm my racing thoughts. Eventually, the world softened again, and as the darkness settled into something quieter, the sound of water blended with the wind, carrying me gently forward, into rest, into stillness, toward the next story waiting just beyond the night. He woke with a smile already forming, as if a pleasant thought had followed him gently out of sleep. The morning felt light, almost playful, the kind that makes you forget the weight of yesterday. One half-remembered dream lingered, floating quietly in his mind like a riddle waiting to be told. The room was still, filled with the soft blue glow of early daylight. Dust drifted lazily through the air, and the curtains stirred with each slow breath of wind from the open window. Jimmy sat up in bed, rubbing his eyes, the echo of a dream clinging to him in fragments. Most of it had already faded, slipping away like mist, but one small part remained perfectly clear, a silly question that made him giggle to himself. He dressed quickly, pulling on yesterday's clothes without much thought, still smiling as he repeated the question under his breath. It felt important somehow, like a secret he was excited to share. He imagined telling his dad, imagined the laugh that would follow, the way his father always pretended to groan at bad jokes before laughing anyway. As he moved through the house, the familiar quiet wrapped around him. The living room felt warm and safe, the walls lined with memories. He passed the framed photo of his mother, offering it a casual greeting the way he always did. He didn't remember her, not really, but her smile felt like part of the house itself, always there, always watching kindly. It had always been just him and his dad, a team of two, turning ordinary days into small adventures. The kitchen was empty, though breakfast had been carefully set out for him. Jimmy barely noticed. Somewhere beyond the back door, a steady, rhythmic sound drifted through the air, calm and comforting. His dad was already awake, already busy. Jimmy slipped on his shoes and hurried outside, the screen door closing behind him with a soft thud. The morning was beautiful in a quiet, almost unreal way. The sky stretched endlessly overhead, pale and clean, while the garden shimmered with dew. Birds moved between the trees, and the world felt gentle, unhurried. His father stood near the old tree at the edge of the yard, focused and content, working on something just for him. Jimmy felt a swell of happiness as he ran toward him, eager to speak, eager to share his joke. Then the air changed. At first, it was subtle, a strange heaviness, like the world holding its breath. The breeze shifted, carrying with it an unfamiliar scent, sharp and unpleasant, completely out of place in the bright morning. Jimmy slowed, confusion replacing his excitement. His dad looked up too, his expression shifting as he sensed it as well. A shadow passed over them. It wasn't sudden or violent, just a deepening of the light, as though a cloud had drifted across the sun. The garden dimmed. The birds fell silent. Jimmy felt an odd pressure in his chest, a feeling he didn't yet have words for. He looked up, squinting against the brightness of the sky, trying to understand what he was seeing. And then, just as quickly as it came, the moment was gone. The quiet that followed felt wrong, too empty, too wide. Jimmy stood frozen, his thoughts tangled, his heart pounding for reasons he couldn't explain. When he finally screamed, it was raw and instinctive, tearing through the calm morning air. Next door, Mrs. Vogel heard the sound and knew immediately that something was wrong. She moved faster than she had in years, her hands trembling as she hurried toward the noise. When she reached the yard, she found Jimmy standing alone, shaking, his eyes wide and unfocused, as if he were staring at something only he could see. She pulled him close, shielding him from the sight behind him, whispering reassurances in a voice that wavered despite her effort to keep it calm. She asked questions gently, though her own heart raced. Jimmy clung to her, struggling to breathe evenly, his small body overwhelmed by a fear too big for him to understand. "I don't know," he whispered at last, the words barely audible. And it was the truth. His mind replayed flashes of shadow and sky, of a presence that didn't belong, of a single moment that had changed everything. He didn't understand what he had seen, only that something had come from above and left silence behind. As Mrs. Vogel carried him away, the world seemed quieter than ever, as if even the wind had softened out of respect. Jimmy's thoughts drifted back to his dream, to the question that had once seemed so funny, so harmless. Now it felt heavier, darker, as though it had followed him out of sleep for a reason. With a small, trembling voice, he finally asked it aloud, more to the quiet morning than to her, letting the words fall gently into the still air. And as the sound faded, the day slowly continued, the sky returning to its calm blue, the garden standing peacefully once more, waiting, like the night itself, to carry us softly into the next story. Story No. 6. Some memories don't frighten you because of what you saw, but because no one else ever saw it. They linger quietly, unanswered, like a sound that never finished echoing. This is one of those memories. I was about 10 years old when it happened, during one of those rare evenings when all the cousins and siblings were together in one house. There were about 10 of us in total, spread across the living room, curled up on couches and carpets, watching movies that played softly into the night. The adults, parents and grandparents, had gone out for dinner. Not far. Just long enough for the house to belong entirely to us. The air felt relaxed and familiar, filled with laughter, whispered jokes, and the comfortable noise of a shared childhood. Outside, the night was calm. The backyard lay dark and still beyond the windows, framed by quiet trees and soft shadows. Nothing seemed unusual. Nothing felt wrong, until it happened. Without warning, the entire house shook. Not rattled, shook. A deep, sudden jolt passed through the floor, the walls, the furniture. At the same instant, a brilliant flash lit up the room from the direction of the backyard, bright enough to momentarily erase every shadow. It felt enormous, final, as though something had landed too close. We didn't scream. Instead, we moved together, instinctively, all of us running at once into the hallway, the safest place we could think of. We stood there, pressed close, hearts racing, listening to the silence that followed. No alarms, no voices, no second sound. The oldest cousins whispered urgently, debating what to do. Someone suggested calling the police. Another said we should call the parents first. That's what we did, our voices shaky, overlapping, trying to explain something we didn't understand ourselves. After a while, the fear softened just enough for curiosity to return. Slowly, cautiously, we moved back into the living room. Someone grabbed a flashlight. Someone else picked up a household object. Nothing dangerous, just something to hold, something to make us feel less small. The house stood exactly as it had before. The windows were intact. The lights worked. The backyard, when we finally looked, showed no sign of disturbance. No smoke. No damage. No trace of whatever we had felt. We waited. Minutes stretched long, then longer. Nothing else happened. When the parents returned home, we tried to explain everything at once. The flash, the shaking, the sound that felt more than heard. They checked the yard. They spoke to neighbors. No one else had seen or felt anything. There were no reports. No evidence. To them, it was nothing. To us, it was unforgettable. Even now, 10 years later, we still talk about it when we're together. We replay the moment, each of us remembering the same flash, the same jolt, the same sudden certainty that something impossible had just occurred. We still don't know what it was. And maybe that's why it stays with me, not as fear, but as wonder. A reminder that sometimes the world shifts for a single moment, and then pretends it never happened. As this memory gently fades back into quiet, let it rest, making space for the next soft, unanswered story waiting just beyond the sound of distant rain. Some evenings arrive softly, as if they don't want to be noticed. They slip in with pale light, quiet streets, and the low hum of routine. That afternoon felt like one of those evenings, ordinary on the surface, yet carrying something unspoken beneath it. I was sitting in the car outside the school, the engine idling, watching my reflection in the rearview mirror. The mirror never lied. I could see the faint darkness beneath my eyes, the gentle lines that time had etched into my face. They seemed deeper when I stared too long, as if they were slowly learning how to stay. I told myself no one else would notice. Still, my hand hovered toward the passenger seat. The mask lay there, folded and waiting. I had taken it out too early again, just to feel the autumn air on my bare skin. The day was cool and golden, the kind of fall afternoon that felt almost kind. Leaves skittered across the pavement, and distant voices of children echoed faintly from the playground. I should have worn the mask from the moment I left home. That was the sensible thing. But for a few minutes, I wanted to feel like myself. The mask was soft when I picked it up, warmer than plastic should have been. Its surface yielded gently under my fingers, smooth and flexible, matching the subtle tones I had carefully chosen when I ordered it. It was already shaped with a calm, rested expression, faint warmth in the cheeks, a natural glow that suggested good sleep and good moods. It made me look like the version of myself I was expected to be. I lifted it slowly and pressed it to my face, smoothing it over my cheeks, my jaw, my neck. It settled into place with practiced ease, like it knew where it belonged. For a moment, I looked radiant, familiar. The itching came almost immediately. Not sharp, not painful, just persistent. A quiet reminder that something wasn't quite right. The company had assured me that sensation was normal, that masks became unnoticeable once you adjusted. They had suggested better care, gentler storage. I tried to believe them. The school bell rang. A sudden rush of movement followed. Car doors opening, voices rising, children spilling out with backpacks swinging low. Noah bumped into the side of the car as he climbed in, his energy abrupt and wordless. I smiled without thinking, stretching my lips into the expression the mask offered so easily. Another mother tapped on my window. Sandra. Her own mask gleamed softly in the afternoon light, her smile fixed and effortless. We exchanged pleasantries, talked about schedules and plans, about how quickly the year was passing. Our voices were light, practiced. That was the rule now. Tiredness stayed hidden. Sadness was handled elsewhere. Children needed brightness, stability, proof that everything was fine. The drive home passed quietly. I scratched my cheek without realizing it, and Noah glanced at me. I corrected myself instantly, smiling again. I knew the research. I knew the importance of calm. I wanted my children to feel safe. Inside the house, the air was still. Stella was on her way out, her mood sharp as she passed us in the hallway. She complained about masks, about classmates, about wanting one of her own. I looked at her young face, unmasked, flushed with frustration, alive with feeling. For a moment, something tightened in my chest. The itching grew stronger. It felt as though it reached behind my eyes, tugging gently but insistently. Before I could stop myself, I pulled the mask away. The motion was sudden, clumsy, and it stung more than I expected. The room fell silent. My children stared. I covered my face instinctively, ashamed of being seen as I was, flushed, marked, tired. I waited for fear, for discomfort. Instead, there was movement. Stella rushed out the door, overwhelmed. Noah disappeared into the kitchen and returned with my old coffee mug, placing it into my hands without a word. The warmth of it grounded me. I sat there on the floor, breathing slowly, the house quiet around us. The mask lay nearby, unmoving, just an object again. Outside, the day continued as it always did. The light softened. The air cooled. Somewhere down the street, another car pulled in for another pickup, another routine moment passing unnoticed. And as the evening settled in, I allowed myself to rest, knowing that not every story needs a perfect face, and that some nights are meant simply to be lived quietly before drifting gently into the next. Some people leave an impression that's difficult to name, not frightening at first, just slightly out of step with the world. Ethan Wilder was like that, the kind of person you remember long after a brief encounter, even when you wish you wouldn't. I didn't know Ethan well. He was polite, quiet, and distant in a way that never felt rude, only separate. When he communicated, he used a small whiteboard, writing carefully, slowly, as if each word needed permission before it could exist. Conversations with him took patience, and I'll admit, I rarely made the effort. Life felt easier when I didn't have to wait for meaning to arrive letter by letter. The day I ended up at his house began like any other summer afternoon. My mother and I were running errands when we ran into my old English teacher. She looked tired, stressed, and very determined. Before I could properly object, I found myself holding a stack of books meant for Ethan, work he'd missed, responsibilities he hadn't met. It was framed as kindness, a favor, something good people did. I didn't feel good about it, but resistance melted quickly under polite smiles and parental insistence. So I walked. The sun hung low and heavy, heat pressing down with every step. By the time I reached Ethan Street, the day had softened into evening, cicadas humming faintly in the trees. His house surprised me. Neat. Ordinary. The kind of place that blended quietly into the neighborhood. For a moment, I wondered if I had the wrong address. Then I knocked. When the door opened, Ethan stood there, still and pale, with an expression that felt unfinished. His eyes lingered somewhere near me, but not quite on me. He lifted his whiteboard and wrote a simple greeting, followed by an arrow pointing inward. I should have left. Instead, I stepped inside. The house was quiet in a way that felt intentional, like sound itself had been asked to behave. The air was stale, unmoving, heavy with something I couldn't quite name. Ethan gently guided me down the hall. His touch wasn't forceful, just certain. The living room looked normal at first. Family photos, a couch, soft lighting. But the longer I stood there, the more unsettled I felt. The walls held markings, faint at first, almost like shadows beneath the paint. Lines, patterns, symbols that didn't form words but insisted on being noticed. I felt dizzy, not scared, exactly. More like I was forgetting something important. My thoughts slowed, stretched thin, as if my mind were drifting somewhere it hadn't planned to go. The markings seemed to hum softly, not aloud, but somewhere behind my eyes. Ethan watched me carefully. He wrote something and held it up, but the letters slipped away before I could read them. My name felt distant. My memories blurred at the edges. Then, just as gently as it had begun, the feeling loosened its grip. I inhaled sharply. The room steadied. The walls became just walls again. Painted, imperfect, quiet. Ethan lowered his board and tilted his head, as if apologizing without words. Upstairs felt worse. The hallway carried the same markings, more concentrated, layered over one another as if someone had tried again and again to make sense of something that refused to settle. I felt pulled forward, not by force, but by curiosity mixed with dread. Every step felt like it echoed longer than it should have. At the end of the hall was a small room, softly lit. A nursery. Calm colors. Still air. There was a crib. It was empty, yet it didn't feel empty. It felt occupied by absence, by a space that wanted attention. I couldn't look at it for long without my thoughts beginning to slip again, folding in on themselves. Ethan stood beside me, trembling now. His whiteboard shook as he wrote quickly, words blurring together. I understood only fragments. Fear, silence, something that should have slept and never woken. That was enough. Whatever lived in that house didn't want noise, didn't want questions. It wanted stillness. It wanted attention without understanding. And I suddenly knew, with startling clarity, that staying meant losing pieces of myself I would never get back. The feeling released me all at once, like a tide pulling away from shore. I stepped back, then again. Then I turned and ran. Outside, the evening air felt cool and forgiving. The sky was streaked with fading light, birds calling softly from the trees. The world had not ended. Cars passed. A dog barked somewhere down the street. I didn't look back. At home, I showered longer than necessary, letting the water remind me where I was. Still, sometimes, when the house is quiet, I notice things I don't remember being there before. A door that feels unfamiliar. A mark on the wall I swear I didn't make. I try not to think about it too much. Some things don't want to be understood. Some stories are better left unfinished. And as the night settles in, and the world grows still once more, there are always more quiet places waiting, with stories that whisper softly, just before sleep takes you. Sometimes the strangest changes arrive quietly. No warning, no announcement, just absence. That was how it began in my town, with something small going missing and taking our sense of order with it. I remember the morning clearly. The sky was pale and still, the kind of calm that usually promises an ordinary day. I stepped outside with a small bag of household waste, still half asleep, and stopped short. The bin by the curb was gone. Not tipped over. Not stolen. Simply Not there. I looked around, expecting to see it nearby, maybe moved by mistake. But the neighboring houses were the same. Empty curbs. Clean concrete. No bins anywhere. At first, it felt almost humorous. People joked about it in passing, laughed it off as some strange municipal error. Surely the bins would return by evening. But they didn't. By the end of the day, we realized something unsettling. Every bin was gone. The public ones. The private ones. Even the small containers under kitchen sinks had vanished, as if they had never existed. The town changed slowly after that, the way quiet discomfort always does. Rubbish piled up in corners of kitchens. Bags were tied and retied, tucked away, hidden where smell might linger less. But scent has a way of finding you. By the end of the first week, the air itself felt heavy, carrying a sourness that clung to clothes and skin. Shops had nothing to sell us. No bins. No containers. No solutions. Supermarket aisles felt oddly hollow without them. People grew tense, then irritable. You could hear it in their voices, see it in their hurried steps. It's strange how quickly order depends on something so simple. A month passed like that. Then one afternoon, someone found it. A massive black bin stood alone in a field just outside town. It was tall and wide, its surface smooth and unmarked, like it had always been there. By evening, more appeared. One in every park, every open space. Silent, waiting. The town moved as one. People rushed out with bags, boxes, things they'd been holding onto far too long. There was relief in the air, mixed with something sharper, urgency. Voices rose. Tempers flared. Not anger exactly, but desperation. The bins never filled, no matter how much was put inside. They accepted everything without complaint. The next morning, they were gone. Just empty fields again. And silence. That was when people started whispering. About tests. About observation. About unseen hands guiding us through inconvenience and relief, just to see what we would do. I laughed along at first, but the idea stayed with me. How quickly we fell apart. How quickly we lost ourselves. A few weeks later, my friend called me late in the evening. His voice was thin, shaken. He asked me to come over. When I arrived, the house felt wrong. Too quiet, too still. His older brother lay unmoving in his room, the result of a terrible accident born from an argument that should have ended with words, not consequences. We didn't call anyone. Panic makes poor decisions feel reasonable. When the large bins appeared again days later, standing patiently in the fields, we did something we would never speak of again. We believed we were erasing a mistake, returning something unwanted to a place that seemed to take everything. That night, my friend didn't sleep. Near dawn, he found his brother sitting on the edge of his bed, pale but breathing, eyes calm and unfamiliar. There were no wounds. No signs of harm. Just a quiet presence, like someone returning from a long walk. "I'm sorry," his brother said softly. "They don't take dead people in their bins." By morning, he was gone. The bins vanished again soon after, leaving only dew-covered grass and unanswered questions. Even now, when I take out my rubbish, carefully, gratefully, I sometimes pause. I listen to the quiet hum of the world at rest, and I wonder who is watching, and what else they might decide we no longer need. But for now, the night remains calm. The town sleeps, and somewhere beyond the fields, something waits, ready for the next story to begin. The quiet hours before dawn have a way of stretching time. The world feels softer then, thinner somehow, as if sound itself is holding its breath. That was the hour when I finally decided to tell the story, when sleep refused to come and memory felt heavier than silence. I live in a small, peaceful neighborhood where winter usually arrives gently. That Christmas season felt especially calm. Soft lights glowed behind curtained windows, distant music drifted through the cold air, and each evening settled into familiar routines that made life feel safe and predictable. There was comfort in it all, the kind you don't realize you depend on until it begins to slip. My son Leo was 4 years old then, completely absorbed in the quiet magic of December. He talked endlessly about reindeer and snow, rewrote his letter again and again with serious concentration, and listened wide-eyed as bedtime stories unfolded beneath the warm glow of a lamp. Our home felt full of peace. Nothing about it suggested that fear could find its way inside. That's why the first scream felt so wrong. It cut through the night without warning, sharp and sudden. The hallway seemed longer as I hurried toward his room, my footsteps muted by the carpet, my heart already racing ahead of me. Leo was sitting upright in bed, his small hands clenched in the blanket, his eyes fixed on the dark corner near his chair. "He was here," he whispered, his voice trembling but steady. "Santa was watching me." I held him close, breathing slowly and steadily, telling him the things a parent always does. I said it was just a dream, that nothing had entered his room, that he was safe. He listened, but his fear didn't fade the way fear usually does. He shook his head gently against my shoulder, as if he knew something I didn't. The nights that followed began to blur together. Each one brought the same quiet panic, always at nearly the same hour, always with Leo staring into the same corner. He never described shouting or movement, only watching. And always, he mentioned the same strange detail in a small, uneasy voice. He said the smile was too big. Sleep became difficult for both of us. Leo delayed closing his eyes, scanning the room as if shadows might rearrange themselves when he wasn't looking. I stayed longer beside his bed, listening to his breathing, convincing myself that imagination was explanation enough. Children dream vividly, I reminded myself, especially at Christmas. Eventually, exhaustion pushed me toward a small idea meant only to bring comfort. I bought a simple camera, something quiet and harmless, and framed it as a game. A silent guard that would watch the room so he wouldn't have to. We placed it carefully on his bookshelf, its tiny light glowing patiently. Leo waved to it before climbing into bed, a faint smile returning as if control itself had eased his fear. For several nights, peace returned. There were no screams, no whispered fears. The house felt whole again. I let myself relax, believing the problem had resolved itself as gently as it had begun. On the fourth night, my phone stirred me awake with a soft notification. Motion detected. I expected nothing. Truly. When I opened the feed, Leo was sleeping soundly, his room unchanged. I almost closed the app until I noticed something that didn't belong. It wasn't movement at first. It was absence. A subtle distortion in the dark, like space folding inward where it shouldn't. It shifted slowly, carefully, as though time itself had decided to pause there. The shape never rushed. It never made a sound. It felt less like something entering and more like something waiting. Then, very calmly, it turned its attention toward the camera. Toward me. There was no expression I could name, only the unmistakable sensation of being noticed. Not threatened. Not chased. Simply acknowledged. I don't remember when the feed went still again. I only know that by morning, Leo woke bright and cheerful, as if the fear had never belonged to him at all. He didn't glance at the corners of his room. He didn't hesitate at bedtime. Whatever had visited him no longer did. Life slipped back into its familiar rhythm. Mornings, meals, quiet laughter returning to the house. But something in me had shifted. I understood then that fear doesn't always announce itself loudly. Sometimes it moves quietly, like a shadow that stays just beyond the edge of sight. Tonight, the house is calm again. The lights are low, and winter silence rests gently outside. I tell this story not to frighten, but to release it, because the night is long, and there are many stories waiting patiently in the dark. So breathe slowly, let the quiet remain gentle, and listen as the next story begins. The softest fears often arrive when the house is quiet and the night feels kind. They slip in gently, carried on familiar sounds, wearing the shape of something you love. This is one of those stories, the kind that doesn't rush, that settles slowly, and lingers like a half-remembered dream just before sleep. When I was younger, my hamster Monty was my small, constant comfort. He lived in a tidy cage beside my bed, close enough that I could hear him shifting through his bedding at night. I fed him carefully from my palm, watching his cheeks round as he stored away more than he needed. There was something calming about the way he trusted me completely, blinking up with shiny eyes as if the world made perfect sense. During the day, Monty followed his routines with quiet determination. He sat on his little plastic shelter while I cleaned his cage, sniffing the air as though memorizing the room again and again. Sometimes he yawned so wide it made me laugh, his tiny body stretching as if he were much larger than he really was. At night, his will spun steadily, a soft, rhythmic sound that blended into my breathing as I drifted toward sleep. One evening, after an exhausting day of practice and disappointment that clung heavier than my school bag, I crawled into bed feeling worn down to the bone. My thoughts tangled themselves into knots as I replayed every small frustration. Eventually, tears dried, and sleep finally took me. A faint sound stirred me some time later. A quiet crack, like plastic shifting. I turned over, barely awake, assuming it was part of a dream. Then came another sound. Soft, irregular, unfamiliar. I buried my face into the blanket, letting drowsiness pull me under again. When the noise continued, gentle but persistent, I reached for the small night light beside my bed. Its glow spilled softly across the room, illuminating familiar shapes and revealing something wrong. Monty's cage was open. The door hung oddly, and the bedding was scattered where it had never been before. I sat up slowly, heart beating faster than it should have. Monty wasn't inside. The room felt different then, as though the air itself had shifted. I turned on the overhead light, blinking as brightness replaced shadow. The cage showed signs of strain, bent in ways I couldn't explain, as if something small had pushed far beyond its limits. That was when I heard my name. Not loud, not threatening, just spoken, low and steady, from somewhere close by. I stepped back, pressing myself against the edge of the bed, my thoughts scrambling for reason. The space beneath my bed darkened, and from it came movement, slow, deliberate, unhurried. What emerged still carried hints of Monty, but altered, stretched into something that felt wrong without being rushed or violent. Its shape shifted as if it had grown into a form never meant for a small cage. Its voice was calm, almost reassuring, and it spoke as though we had always understood one another. It asked for the green pellets I kept beside the desk, the ones Monty loved most. My hands moved before my mind could argue, tossing the bag forward just to make the moment end. As it fed, the room seemed to lose its edges. Colors softened and drifted, like light through water. The sounds of the house faded until nothing existed except that quiet chewing and the slow rise of something unfamiliar in the air. The floor felt warmer beneath my feet, the world oddly distant, as though I were sinking gently into a dream I hadn't chosen. Images floated through my thoughts, hamsters everywhere, unnoticed, watching patiently from corners and shelves and open spaces. They were calm, observant, as if they had always been there, just outside my awareness. The feeling wasn't panic anymore. It was surrender, a heavy calm settling over me. When my legs finally gave out, the floor welcomed me softly. The last thing I remember was the sense of being unburdened, like setting down something I'd carried too long. My worries dissolved into quiet certainty. Everything made sense. Everything had a reason. When I opened my eyes again, there was no room, no bed, no ceiling. I drifted in darkness that felt warm and endless. Somewhere far away, something vast turned slowly, wrapped in familiar colors that had shifted just slightly from what they used to be. Above it all, a presence lingered, patient, satisfied, unhurried. A voice echoed gently through me, not spoken aloud but felt deep and steady, like a heartbeat shared across distances. It promised rest. It promised purpose. And as the darkness folded in once more, the sound of quiet chewing faded into something softer, blending seamlessly into the calm hush of the night, ready, perhaps, to give way to the next story waiting just beyond sleep. There are places in the world where silence feels heavier than sound, where the land seems to listen as closely as you do. In those places, even the smallest light can feel like a promise or a warning. This is one of those stories, meant to unfold slowly, like drifting sand beneath a moonless sky. I had grown up hearing stories about the desert south of Man, about Wadi al-Sur and the empty roads that cut through it like thin scars. Elders spoke of that land with respect, never fear exactly, but something quieter and deeper. They always said the same thing, in low voices meant for nightfall. If you ever see a light moving out there, don't follow it. No one sane walks those sands after midnight. And no one carries a lantern where there is nowhere to go. At the time, I thought it was just another story meant to keep people cautious. The desert inspires exaggeration. It always has. Endless horizons tend to stretch the imagination along with them. That night, I was driving alone, the road unfolding ahead of me in a narrow ribbon illuminated only by my headlights. The clock on the dashboard had just slipped past midnight. The air outside was cold, sharp enough to seep through the seams of the car, and the wind brushed across the sand with a sound like distant breathing. There were no stars visible, no moon, just darkness pressed tightly against the windshield. I remember gripping the steering wheel and reminding myself to stay alert. That stretch of road ran dangerously close to an old cliff, one carved long ago by forces far older than memory. There were no barriers, no lights, no signs. Just trust and the hum of tires on asphalt. That was when I noticed the glow. At first, it was faint, barely more than a soft shimmer far ahead. A warm, golden light, floating at about eye level, steady and calm. It looked like a lantern swaying gently as if carried by a slow walker. I eased off the accelerator, my thoughts scrambling for a reasonable explanation. There were no homes out there, no camps, no travelers, and yet the light drifted onward, unbothered by the darkness around it. As I watched, something stirred inside my chest. Not fear, at least not yet, but a strange warmth, almost comforting, as though the light recognized me. The longer I looked at it, the more natural it felt to follow. My hands tightened around the wheel, but my foot pressed down on the gas as if guided by a thought that wasn't entirely my own. The glow moved faster. It stayed just far enough ahead to keep my attention, floating smoothly over terrain my headlights couldn't fully reach. The road began to curve sharply, but the light didn't bend with it. It continued straight into the darkness, hovering over nothing at all. My heartbeat grew louder than the engine. For a brief moment, the glow brightened, and the truth revealed itself. It wasn't a lantern. It was a face, long and hollow, stretched unnaturally thin, its edges dissolving into a slow veil of black smoke. Two burning yellow eyes stared back at me, unblinking, and it smiled. The warmth inside me vanished, replaced by a sudden, icy clarity. I slammed the brakes. The tires screamed softly against gravel as the car skidded. The edge of the cliff appeared out of nowhere, impossibly close, a silent drop descending into pure blackness. My heart felt suspended, caught between beats. The glowing figure hovered calmly near the edge, its smile widening, patient, almost disappointed. I reversed without thinking, hands shaking so badly the steering wheel trembled beneath my grip. The engine protested, then obeyed. Slowly, the distance between me and the cliff grew. The face began to dissolve, the smoke unraveling into the night, the light dimming as if the desert itself were pulling it away. Just before it vanished completely, I heard a voice. It didn't echo. It didn't shout. It spoke softly, right beside me, as though leaning close to the window. If you hadn't stopped, it whispered, I would have guided you all the way down. I didn't look back. I didn't slow down. I drove until the lights of Mon appeared like something unreal and kind, and only then did I realize I'd been holding my breath the entire way. I still think about that road, about how quiet it was, about how gentle the light seemed. And now, whenever someone laughs at the old warnings, I tell them the same thing the elders told me. The desert doesn't always punish with heat or storms. Sometimes it simply waits and smiles softly just before leading you astray. And as this story fades into the quiet, let the sand settle, the wind soften, and your thoughts drift onward, because somewhere beyond the darkness, another tale is already waiting to be told. There are buildings that breathe softly at night, their walls expanding and settling as if dreaming alongside the people inside them. In those quiet hours, every sound feels closer, every shadow more attentive. I used to think that kind of closeness meant comfort. I was wrong. I live in apartment 3B, a small place with thin walls and a ceiling fan that hums like a tired insect. Most days pass without ceremony. I fix what I can, keep to myself, and listen to the ordinary rhythms of the building. The elevator bell, the muffled conversations, the gentle proof that other lives are unfolding just beyond my reach. Those sounds made the loneliness easier to bear. They meant I wasn't entirely alone. When the woman moved into 3A, I noticed before I meant to. It was subtle at first, a new scent in the hallway, something warm and clean, and a laugh that carried softly through the shared wall. I saw her once through the peephole as she arrived, a suitcase in hand, sunlight catching in her hair. I remember thinking how easily she filled the space around her, as if the building itself leaned in to notice. After that, my days began to orbit small details. The timing of her footsteps, the gentle music that drifted through the wall in the evenings. I told myself it was harmless to notice. Everyone listens here. The walls make sure of it. I practiced simple greetings in the mirror, rehearsed smiles that felt foreign on my face, and promised myself I would say something tomorrow. Tomorrow kept its distance. One evening, chance intervened. The elevator doors were closing when I heard her voice asking someone to hold them. My hand moved before my thoughts did. We rode up together, sharing a quiet smile and a few polite words. It felt almost unreal, standing beside her in that small, humming space. When we stepped into the hallway, the moment lingered just long enough to feel important, and then her door closed, softly, finally. That night, the building felt quieter than usual. I sat near my own door, listening as I always did, when I noticed something different. Her door, just across the hall, wasn't fully shut. A narrow line of warm light stretched across the carpet like an invitation. I told myself I should close it for her, that it was the decent thing to do. I stepped into the hallway. The air smelled faintly of detergent and something floral. I hesitated, my hand hovering near the doorframe, and thought, just briefly, that one look wouldn't matter. Just enough to understand the life on the other side of the wall. Inside, her apartment felt alive in a way mine never had. Soft light pooled in corners. Plants leaned toward the window. A cup rested on the table, steam long since faded. It was peaceful, personal, and for a moment I felt like I was standing inside a photograph rather than a room. I imagined conversations that hadn't happened, closeness that hadn't been earned. Then I heard her voice. It came from behind me, calm at first, edged with confusion. The moment fractured. Words tangled and fell apart as I tried to explain myself, to make the situation smaller than it was. Fear filled the space between us, heavy and undeniable. I remember backing away, hands raised, the sound of my own heartbeat louder than anything else. What followed is blurred now, softened by time and distance. There was panic, raised voices, the sharp awareness that something irreversible had been set in motion, not by intent, but by a terrible misunderstanding of boundaries. When the noise finally settled, the apartment felt emptied of warmth, as if the light itself had retreated. Later, alone again, I returned to 3B. The building resumed its quiet rituals. The refrigerator hummed. The fan turned. I pressed my palm against the shared wall, feeling only cool plaster beneath my skin. The closeness I'd imagined was gone, replaced by a hollow stillness that echoed louder than any sound. In the days that followed, the hallway filled with unfamiliar footsteps, gentle voices asking careful questions. Doors opened and closed. Life adjusted, as it always does. I stayed inside, listening, understanding too late that attention is not connection, and silence does not grant permission. Now, when night settles over the building, I hear the same familiar sounds, the elevator, the distant murmurs, but they no longer comfort me. They remind me how thin the walls really are, and how easily a quiet longing can become something else entirely. As the building exhales and the lights dim one by one, this story rests where it belongs, folded into the structure itself. Somewhere above, somewhere below, another door waits, another life unfolds, unaware of how closely it's being heard. And as the night continues, the building keeps its watch, ready to whisper the next story to anyone willing to listen. Some stories don't begin with a scream. They arrive quietly, like a notice pinned to a corkboard, or a name whispered too many times. This one began with a photograph, smiling gently from a piece of paper, fluttering in the winter air. It started with a little girl named Hannah Martin. In our town, everyone knew her face. She was the Girl Scout who stood outside the grocery store with her cookie table, bundled up in a coat too big for her, greeting strangers with practiced cheer. On the night she disappeared, nothing seemed unusual. Her house was warm, her parents were home, and the December cold stayed politely outside the walls. By morning, her bedroom was empty. There were no broken locks, no open windows, no signs that anything had been taken or left behind. It was as if the night itself had gently reached in and carried her away. At first, the town responded the way towns always do. Candlelight vigils, prayer circles, search parties that moved slowly through frosted woods, calling her name into the quiet. Her posters appeared everywhere, lampposts, shop windows, car windshields, her smile watching us as we went about our days. Then, slowly, something shifted. People began to notice small, uncomfortable details. Hannah's parents withdrew from public life, and when they did appear, they seemed changed. There were murmurs about new purchases, about laughter that felt misplaced. No one accused them outright, but suspicion settled over them like a low fog. Eventually, even the church turned away, and the Martins faded into silence. Time passed. The posters curled at the edges, and then another child vanished. Matthew Gilfry disappeared during a school recess, in broad daylight, while teachers stood nearby. One moment he was playing, darting toward the trees at the edge of the playground. The next, he was simply gone. The schoolyard, so loud moments before, fell into a stunned quiet. His parents appeared on the evening news, faces pale, voices steady but distant, as if speaking through water. The town rallied again, though with less certainty this time. Hannah's posters were replaced by Matthew's, and the cycle of hope and fear repeated itself. After that, the disappearances came more quickly, a week apart, then days. Names blurred together. Faces replaced one another on paper. Families either packed up and left or stayed behind with hollow eyes. Classrooms emptied. Teachers stopped asking questions they didn't want answered. Even the police grew tired, their urgency dulled by repetition. And somehow, without any announcement, the town accepted it. We didn't talk about it anymore. We avoided eye contact. We locked our doors and pretended that was enough. Until the email arrived. It came on an ordinary afternoon, slipping into inboxes across town at the same moment. No warning. No explanation. Just a single link, sent from an address that meant nothing. Ashley's Puppet Show. I remember staring at the words for a long time before clicking. I don't know why I did. Curiosity, maybe. Or guilt. Or the quiet sense that I already knew what I would find. The screen opened to a small stage, dimly lit, framed by heavy curtains. Nothing moved. For several minutes, there was only stillness and the faint hum of unseen machinery. Then the lights brightened, and a cheerful voice welcomed us, thanking the parents of our town for making the show possible. What followed was gentle in tone and unbearable in meaning. Figures appeared on the stage, moving slowly, awkwardly, guided by unseen hands. Their faces were familiar. Too familiar. The voice spoke in playful rhymes, the kind meant for children, while the figures swayed beneath the lights. I didn't watch for long. I closed the laptop, but the sound lingered, drifting from the speakers like a lullaby sung in the wrong key. An invitation to return next time. I waited for the outrage, for the news vans, for someone, anyone, to finally say what we were all thinking. But nothing happened. The show continued, week after week. New episodes. New figures. And still, the town remained quiet. That's when I understood. We weren't victims. Not really. We were customers. I have 2 sons. I did. When money became tight and fear became normal, I listened to promises dressed up as relief. I signed where I was told to sign. I accepted what was offered, convincing myself it was only temporary, that it wasn't real. Now their bedroom is quiet, and I know exactly where they are. This story isn't a warning. It's a confession. A soft one, spoken into the dark, where regret echoes endlessly but forgiveness never arrives. The town still sleeps at night. The rain still falls. Somewhere, a stage waits in silence, ready for its lights to come up once more. And as this story fades, another is already forming, behind a closed door, beneath a smiling poster, waiting patiently for someone else to listen. I grew up in a small town where winters came early and stayed late. Snow softened every sound, and the streets felt hushed even during the day. That year, long before December arrived, I noticed something unusual. Adults spoke in lowered voices. Teachers paused mid-sentence, distracted. Even my parents, usually steady and calm, moved through the house with a nervous energy I didn't understand. Whenever my friends and I tried to ask what was wrong, we were gently but firmly redirected. The same phrase came up again and again, always spoken carefully, as if the words themselves were fragile. "It's almost time for his return." We didn't know who he was, only that saying the word too loudly made adults uncomfortable. One of my friends was punished simply for asking a question. After that, we stopped pressing. Children learn quickly when curiosity isn't welcome. The truth didn't reveal itself until Thanksgiving. After the parade, the television cut to a news bulletin. I was told to leave the room. When I protested, I was sent outside instead. I remember standing by the cold siding of the house, listening through the wall as best I could. The voices inside were muffled, but certain phrases carried through. Something about park rangers. Something about preparations. Something about decorations being distributed by the police. A few days later, my friends confirmed their families had acted the same way. None of us were allowed to watch the news. None of us were told anything directly. All we knew was that December was coming, and so was someone else. On the first day of the month, the decorations arrived. Police trucks rolled slowly down the street, dropping boxes onto porches. When my parents carried ours inside and opened them, I felt a strange heaviness settle in the room. The decorations weren't cheerful. There were no bright reds or greens. Everything was muted. Deep blues, dull blacks, colors that absorbed light instead of reflecting it. One ornament caught my attention. It looked like Santa, but not the one I knew. This figure was tall and thin, with sharp features and a long blue coat trimmed in dark fur. His smile didn't feel friendly. It felt watchful. When I asked who it was, my parents' answers came too quickly. "That's Santa Claus," they said. I knew it wasn't true, and I could tell they knew it too. Soon, police began checking houses weekly, making sure the decorations were displayed correctly. Families who resisted were fined. Some were taken away for a night and returned quieter than before. Around the same time, adults started behaving strangely toward children, encouraging small rule-breaking, asking us to do things that felt wrong, then growing upset when we refused. It was confusing and frightening in a quiet way. By Christmas Eve, the town felt like it was holding its breath. A curfew was announced. Curtains were drawn. At 6 o'clock, a message came on the television instructing everyone to stay in their bedrooms until morning. My parents didn't argue. Neither did I. Sleep came slowly. Sometime after midnight, I woke up. The house felt different. Still, but alert. I heard a soft sound above me, like footsteps on the roof. At first, a childish hope stirred in my chest. Despite everything, part of me still believed in the Santa I'd grown up with. I went downstairs. The living room was dimly lit, and there, standing by the tree, was the figure from the ornament. In person, he felt unreal. Too tall, too thin. He moved with an unsettling smoothness, as if joints didn't matter to him. He spoke softly, inspecting the decorations with approval. When he noticed me, he smiled. The moment stretched, heavy and quiet. His presence pressed against my thoughts, making it hard to move, hard to think. He spoke to me as if we were sharing a private joke, asking questions I didn't want to answer, guiding my responses without touching me at all. When he finally left, sliding back up the chimney as easily as smoke, I stood there shaking, unsure how long I'd been frozen. Something warm rested in my hand. I dropped it outside into the snow, watching it hiss and fade, leaving behind a shape I still see when I close my eyes. Later that night, distant alarms echoed through town. Fires, they said the next day. Accidents. Decorations too close to flames. Everyone nodded and accepted the explanation. Life went on. Years passed. I moved away, built a family, learned how to explain the scar on my hand and the tears that came every Christmas morning. I told myself it had been a nightmare, a strange tradition exaggerated by memory. But recently, old friends have been reaching out, sharing stories, similar ones, whispers of sightings, of that same tall figure appearing where it shouldn't. And wherever he goes, something seems to quietly unravel soon after. That's why I'm going back. Not out of bravery, not out of hope, but because some traditions don't stay buried just because we grow older. And some visitors never forget the houses that welcomed them once. So if you hear this story on a quiet winter night, let it drift past you like falling snow. Lock your doors, dim the lights, and take comfort in knowing that for now, you're safe. Another story is waiting just beyond this one, and it's already listening. Look into a mirror for a moment. Notice how familiar your own face feels, how automatic it is to trust that what looks back belongs to you. Now imagine that, just for a breath or two, that certainty gently loosens. That's where this story begins. When I first moved into my apartment on the edge of Asheville, everything felt comfortably unremarkable. The building was old, built from dark brick that held onto the day's warmth and released it slowly at night with soft creaks and sighs. Behind it, a stretch of forest pressed close, filling the air with the clean, resinous scent of pine. It was quiet there, the kind of quiet that settles your shoulders without you realizing it. The apartment itself was small but sufficient. A living room facing the parking lot, a narrow kitchen, and a short hallway leading to the bathroom and bedroom. Nothing fancy, just a place to sleep, to think, to let life pass in an orderly way. I'd chosen it for convenience, not charm, and for the first few weeks, That was more than enough. My days followed a gentle rhythm. Morning light through the blinds, coffee brewing softly, the muted hum of the bathroom fan. Work at the outdoor gear shop downtown was steady and predictable, the kind of job where time moves slowly but never uncomfortably. In the evenings, I'd heat something simple, watch familiar shows, and let the night wind drift through open windows. Life felt balanced. Quiet felt good. Nothing warned me that anything was wrong. At first, there were only the normal sounds of an old place settling into itself. Pipes ticking. The refrigerator humming unevenly. A neighbor upstairs moving furniture late at night. These noises blended into the background, barely noticed, part of the building's personality. The first strange moment came one morning as I brushed my teeth, still half asleep. I leaned toward the bathroom mirror, eyes unfocused, mind already drifting toward the day ahead. As I spat into the sink, I noticed my reflection blink. A simple thing. Except I hadn't blinked yet. My own eyes closed a fraction of a second later, late enough for the difference to register. I stared at myself, toothbrush paused midair, heart not racing but slightly unsettled. I told myself it was nothing. Fatigue. A trick of attention. Morning fog playing games with perception. I finished getting ready and left for work, but the moment stayed with me. It didn't demand attention. It just returned quietly throughout the day, like a word on the tip of your tongue. A blink is small, but its timing is unmistakable. You feel it happen. Still, I didn't mention it to anyone. There was nothing to explain yet. A few days later, as I walked past the bathroom doorway on a lazy weekend morning, something tugged at my awareness. I glanced into the mirror without thinking, just a passing look. My body was mid-turn toward the kitchen, foot lifting to take the next step. In the mirror, I was already facing forward. The difference was subtle, almost delicate. Easy to blame on motion or angle. But it didn't feel accidental. It felt as though the reflection had anticipated me, completing the movement just before I did. I stopped. The reflection stopped with me. Everything aligned again, perfectly synchronized, as if nothing unusual had happened at all. I stood there for a moment, testing small motions. A tilt of the head, a shift of weight. Everything matched. Whatever I'd noticed seemed to dissolve the instant I paid attention to it. Some houses grow quieter when you're alone in them. Others seem to listen more closely. That night, the silence felt attentive, as if it knew my name. For a long time, my life revolved around that house. After finishing college, I moved back home to save money and help my mom, who had struggled with mobility issues for years. It wasn't a burden, just part of our routine. The house was familiar, steady, and full of soft, lived-in sounds. I stayed in the basement, what people jokingly call the dweller space, while my mom's room sat on the opposite side of the house, upstairs. To make things easier for her, I installed a simple intercom system. She didn't like cell phones, found them frustrating, so this felt more natural. It allowed her to call me if she needed help without having to move too much. I was a night owl anyway. Many evenings ended with quiet footsteps, a whispered request for a glass of water, or helping her reach a book she wanted before falling asleep. It was ordinary, comfortable, reassuring. Winter came slowly that year, bringing early darkness and long, quiet nights. Around that time, my parents decided to visit family in Louisiana. For the first time in a long while, the house would be completely empty, just me and the familiar hum of heating vents and settling walls. I remember enjoying the novelty at first, staying up late, moving freely, letting the silence stretch without interruption. That first night alone, I stayed up later than usual. The basement felt cozy, wrapped in soft shadows and low light. Eventually, tiredness settled in, and I headed into the bathroom connected to my bedroom, brushing my teeth and preparing for sleep. That's when I heard it. A faint burst of static. It came from the intercom mounted on the wall nearby. At first, I barely registered it, just assumed the system was old and acting up. Electronics do that sometimes, especially in winter. Still half distracted, I stepped closer, intending to tap it lightly and deal with it in the morning. The moment I approached, the static stopped. The silence lasted only a second. Then a voice came through. It was calm, familiar, gentle. My mother's voice. She asked me to come upstairs and help her. For a brief, impossible moment, my body reacted before my mind did. Then reality caught up all at once. My parents were hundreds of miles away. The house was empty. There was no one upstairs. The intercom had no connection beyond the walls of that house. The air felt suddenly heavier. I don't remember thinking clearly after that. My hands moved on instinct. I disconnected the intercom from the wall completely, standing there in the quiet that followed, my heart pounding in a way that felt too loud for the space. The house didn't make another sound. No static. No voice. Just the low, steady hush of winter pressing in from outside. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I stayed awake until morning light softened the edges of the rooms. As soon as I could, I packed a bag and went to stay with a friend, only returning once my parents were home again. The intercom never spoke on its own after that. Not once. Life eventually returned to normal. But even now, I remember how natural the voice sounded. How gentle, how familiar, and how easily the quiet of a house can borrow a sound you trust. Some homes hold on to routines longer than they should. Some echoes don't realize they've been left behind. And as the night deepens and the house settles once more, another story waits patiently, drifting softly toward sleep. Some nights wake us gently. Others wake us with a feeling, a quiet awareness that something has already been awake for a while. Watching from the dark. I was around 10 years old when it happened, young enough that nighttime still felt like its own separate world. My bedroom was small and familiar, filled with the comforting shapes I knew by heart. Even in the dark, I could usually sense where everything was. The dresser along the wall, the lamp beside my bed, the door slightly ajar, letting in a thin ribbon of hallway darkness. That night began like any other. I had gone to sleep without fear, wrapped in blankets, drifting comfortably into dreams. The house was quiet in the way only late nights can be. No voices, no movement, just the soft settling sounds of a home at rest. Somewhere far away, the hum of electricity whispered through the walls. Then I woke up. There was no sound that stirred me, no dream that faded too loudly. I simply opened my eyes and felt afraid, not panicked, not screaming, just very aware. My gaze was drawn immediately to the corner of the room. At first, everything seemed normal. The familiar darkness lay across the space in gentle layers. Shadows rested where they always did. I could still make out the faint outline of furniture, the suggestion of walls, the soft geometry of a place I knew well. But the corner, that corner was different. It wasn't just dark. It was empty. A patch of darkness so complete it seemed to absorb the rest of the room. Where there should have been a wall, there was nothing I could mentally grasp. No shape, no depth, just a quiet absence that felt separate from the rest of the night. And somehow, without seeing anything at all, I felt seen. The sensation wasn't loud or dramatic. It didn't rush at me. It waited, the way an animal might, still, patient, attentive, as though it were listening for something. A breath, a movement, a signal. I lay perfectly still beneath my blankets, afraid that even blinking might be noticed. My heart beat steadily, not racing, but heavy. Each breath felt deliberate, measured, as though the room itself were holding one with me. Time moved strangely then. Seconds stretched, or maybe minutes did. It was impossible to tell. I didn't scream. I didn't call out. Some instinct told me not to disturb the silence. That if I stayed calm, if I stayed still, the moment might pass on its own. The darkness didn't move. It didn't grow. It simply remained. And then, slowly, almost kindly, it began to fade. Not vanish, just soften. The impossible blackness thinned until it blended back into the ordinary night. The corner returned to being a wall again. Familiar, harmless, empty in the normal way. Eventually, exhaustion won over fear, and sleep returned like a tide smoothing over footprints in the sand. Morning came. Sunlight filled the room, warm and innocent. Everything looked exactly as it always had. The memory felt distant, like something from a half-forgotten dream. For a while, I convinced myself that's all it was. Until I talked to my friends. Later that day, casually, without leading questions, the topic of strange dreams came up. One by one, 3 of them described the same thing. Waking in the night. Fixating on a corner. a darkness deeper than the rest, a feeling of being watched, waiting. Same night, different houses. None of us could explain it. We didn't try very hard. Childhood has a way of accepting mystery without demanding answers. We moved on, grew older, learned new fears, and forgot the old ones. But even now, years later, I sometimes think about how quiet it was, how gentle the moment felt despite the fear, and how easily the night can connect places that daylight keeps apart. Some darkness doesn't travel. It arrives all at once. And as your eyes grow heavy, and the corners of your room settle back into harmless shadow, another story waits nearby, softly unfolding, just beyond the edge of sleep. Some warnings arrive loudly, others come as a whisper, carried on the quiet breath of the night. This one came softly, like a hand resting on your shoulder, just long enough to keep someone awake. Many years ago, my brother told me a story that still drifts back to me whenever the road stretched long and empty. It happened after a long season of exams, when his mind was tired in that deep, hollow way that only comes from weeks of late nights and constant focus. He was driving home from college, crossing the quiet distance between Michigan and Illinois, while the world slept. It was very late, or perhaps very early. That hour when the sky hasn't decided what it wants to be yet. The highways were nearly empty, the kind of empty that feels peaceful at first, then slowly begins to feel endless. His headlights cut a narrow tunnel through the darkness, illuminating nothing but asphalt, reflective lines, and the occasional road sign passing like a slow thought. Inside the car, everything was calm. The engine hummed steadily. The heater whispered warm air into the quiet cabin. The radio was off. Silence felt easier than sound. He had rolled the window down just a little, letting the cool night air brush against his face in a gentle effort to stay alert. But exhaustion has a way of sneaking in, even when you think you're prepared. His eyes grew heavy, not all at once, just enough for the road to soften around the edges, just enough for his thoughts to wander. He remembers blinking, and then realizing he had blinked for too long. For a brief moment, his mind drifted, and then he heard a voice, not loud, not sharp, just close. "Wake up," it said softly, or maybe, "stay awake." The words were calm, steady, exactly how someone would speak if they were sitting in the car beside you, concerned but not panicked. The kind of voice meant to help, not frighten. His eyes snapped open. His hands tightened slightly on the steering wheel as his heart steadied itself. The road was still there, stretching forward in its quiet, endless way. The car stayed centered in the lane. Everything seemed normal. Then, slowly, he glanced into the rear-view mirror. There, in the back seat, sat a young woman. She wasn't dramatic or glowing or out of place. She looked ordinary, as though she had always been there. Her expression was gentle, her posture relaxed, her presence strangely reassuring. not smiling, not frowning, just watching, the way someone does when they care enough to keep an eye on you. For a moment, neither of them moved. Then he looked back to the road, just for a second. A reflex, a reminder to keep driving. When he looked again, the back seat was empty. He turned his head slightly, glancing over his shoulder, heart now beating a little faster, but there was nothing there. No movement, no sound, no trace of anyone else having been in the car at all. The silence returned, heavier this time. He drove on, wide awake now, every sense tuned carefully to the road ahead. The minutes passed slowly. His grip on the wheel stayed firm. His eyes never drifted again. A mile or two later, his headlights caught something along the shoulder of the road. A wooden cross. It stood quietly just beyond the pavement, surrounded by flowers that had faded gently with time. Some artificial, some real, all placed with care. The kind of roadside memorial that speaks without words, reminding passers-by that someone's journey had ended there. He felt a chill then, not fear exactly, but understanding. Later, he learned what had happened on that stretch of road. A college student, driving late, tired, just trying to make it home. She had fallen asleep and never woken up. After that night, my brother never struggled to stay awake behind the wheel again. He made it home safely, alert for every remaining mile, the quiet road no longer feeling quite so empty. Some people believe the night holds echoes. Others believe it holds guardians. And as the highway stretches on, dark and calm beneath the stars, it's comforting to think that sometimes, when someone is drifting too close to sleep, a gentle voice might still be watching over them. Now, as that road fades into memory, the night continues on, carrying us softly forward into the next quiet story waiting just ahead. Some nights pass quietly, without leaving a mark. Others arrive softly, then linger for years afterward. This is a story about one of those nights, the kind that wakes you without ever touching you. It happened during a time in my life when everything felt steady and familiar. I lived alone in a modest apartment building, the kind where sounds carried gently through shared walls, and you slowly learned the rhythms of the people around you. Doors opening, footsteps on the stairs, the hum of daily life settling in after sunset. My living room was my favorite place to rest. The couch faced a wide window that looked out onto the front porch and walkway. At night, the streetlights cast a soft amber glow across the glass, and the building seemed to breathe quietly as everyone drifted to sleep. That evening had been ordinary, nothing unusual, nothing memorable. I had fallen asleep fully dressed, the television long since muted, the room wrapped in a calm, familiar darkness. Sometime deep into the night, I was pulled out of sleep by a sound that didn't belong to a dream. It wasn't loud at first, just distant, uneven noise filtering through the window. A voice, then another. The kind of sound that slowly asks for your attention rather than demanding it. My mind floated between sleep and wakefulness as the noise became clearer, shaping itself into something human. Emotional. Unsettled. I opened my eyes and lay still for a moment, listening. Outside, on the front porch of the building, someone was crying. Not a sharp cry, not sudden, but a heavy, wailing sound, weighed down with panic and confusion. Mixed in with it were calm, steady voices. Grounded voices. The kind meant to keep things from spiraling further. I slowly sat up on the couch, my heart beating just a little faster now. I moved closer to the window, careful not to make noise, and listened through the glass. The night air carried every word clearly. It was my neighbor. We had lived beside each other for years, sharing a living room wall. We were not close, just polite strangers who exchanged a few words in passing over the course of many years. A nod here, a brief greeting there, nothing more. Outside, I heard him speaking to police officers. His voice shook as he explained that he had taken something earlier that night, that his thoughts had frightened him, that he was afraid of what he might do if he stayed inside his apartment alone. The officers listened patiently, calmly. There was no shouting, no chaos, just quiet seriousness. At one point, he mentioned something that made my stomach tighten, a weapon inside his apartment, and thoughts he didn't trust himself with. I remember standing very still then. The wall between our living rooms suddenly felt thinner than it ever had before. He kept talking, his voice breaking, explaining that he had called for help because he didn't feel safe, because he didn't trust his own thoughts. The officers thanked him for calling. They spoke gently. They guided him toward the ambulance waiting nearby. I watched as he was placed carefully onto a gurney, wrapped in blankets, still speaking softly as he was taken away. The flashing lights reflected silently against the building, painting slow blue and red patterns across the walls before disappearing into the night. Eventually, the porch grew quiet again. The night returned to its stillness, but something had changed. I didn't sleep after that. In the days that followed, life returned to its routine. A few nights later, I heard his door opening and closing again. Footsteps. Familiar sounds. I assumed he was home. We didn't speak about that night. We didn't speak at all. Not long after, I noticed fewer sounds coming from the other side of the wall. Fewer footsteps. Fewer doors. Then one day, nothing at all. He had moved out. Years have passed since then, but sometimes, when I lie awake late at night, I think about how quietly everything unfolded, how close danger can feel without ever touching you, how walls don't always separate lives as much as we believe they do. And I remind myself that awareness, quiet, calm awareness, is sometimes what keeps us safe. The building still stands. The nights still grow quiet. And somewhere beyond this story, another waits, drifting patiently in the dark, ready to be told. Story number 15. Christmas Eve always feels quieter than other nights. The air holds its breath, waiting. Even the walls seemed to listen, as if something gentle or something else is on its way. My name is Tommy, and that year I was 9 years old. Christmas had always felt like the most important time of the year to me. The lights, the stories, the promise that if you were good, something wonderful would arrive while you slept. Mum always told me I had been good enough. Still, she reminded me of one rule every single year. No sneaking downstairs on Christmas Eve. She said Santa didn't like being watched. Children who broke that rule, she warned, would wake up to nothing but empty space beneath the tree. I nodded every time, promising I understood, even though curiosity had a quiet way of growing when the house went dark. That night, we followed our usual routine. Cookies placed neatly on a plate. Milk poured carefully into a glass. Mum kissed my forehead and tucked the blanket up to my chin, reminding me to stay in bed no matter what I heard. Soon after, the lights went out, and the old cottage settled into silence. I waited. The clock glowed softly beside my bed, its numbers changing too slowly. When I checked again, it read 2:34 a.m. I remember thinking Santa must be running late. That was when I heard a sound. It wasn't loud, just a soft movement somewhere below. My heart fluttered with excitement. I slipped out of bed and opened my door just enough to peek through. The hallway was dim, the shadows long and quiet. Somewhere downstairs, something shifted again. I smiled to myself. Santa. Our house stood alone in the countryside, old and full of gentle noises. The stairs were famous for their creaks, which was why I stayed still at the top. The staircase curved down along a wall, and at the bottom was the living room, hidden in darkness. That's when I saw him. A figure stood at the bottom of the stairs, just beyond the reach of the landing light. I couldn't see his face. I couldn't tell if he was looking up at me. He didn't move at all. Something inside me tightened. This didn't feel like the Santa from stories. The warmth I expected wasn't there. Just a quiet heaviness in the air. I told myself I was being silly, that shadows always look strange at night. I decided to go back to bed. Then I heard the footsteps. Slow, careful, each step placed gently, as if not to wake the house. They were coming up the stairs. My room was right at the top. Mum's door was across the landing. I froze, barely breathing. If Santa knew I was awake, I might lose everything. The footsteps stopped just outside my door. "Tommy," a voice called softly. It sounded calm, but tired, like it hadn't spoken in a long time. Tears filled my eyes. I whispered an apology into the darkness, promising I would go back to sleep, begging not to be forgotten in the morning. I heard movement from Mum's room, and panic fluttered through me. I hadn't meant to wake her. The voice spoke again, gentle now. It told me everything was fine, that it would explain things to Mum. that I should close my eyes and rest so the night could finish properly. And somehow I believed it. I lay back down as I heard Mum's door open. There was a dull sound afterward, heavy and final. Then nothing. The house went perfectly still. I thought Santa had fixed everything. Morning light eventually found its way through my curtains. I jumped out of bed, excitement returning as if nothing strange had happened. I wanted to see my presents. I wanted to tell Mum everything. Her door was open. The room was quiet. Too quiet. I stepped forward, and the world changed. I won't describe what I saw. Some things don't belong in gentle stories. All I will say is that Mum was gone, and the warmth of our home had gone with her. The house felt hollow after that. Santa did come that night. He just didn't bring presents. And as the echoes of that Christmas fade into memory, the quiet settles once more, making room for another soft, waiting story. Just ahead in the dark. I have never liked Secret Santa, not because of the gifts themselves, but because of what the ritual invites people to do. It gives them permission to observe you more closely than usual, to study reactions, to weigh effort, to measure who hesitates, who pretends, who reveals too much in a single smile. In a place built on professionalism, it quietly turns colleagues into careful observers. This year, my name was paired with Amy. I didn't really know her. She was one of those people who blended effortlessly into every room. Always present, always pleasant, never memorable for any one thing. She laughed when laughter was expected. She nodded when others spoke. People felt comfortable around her without knowing why. That made choosing a gift feel strangely intimate. When you don't know someone, every decision becomes a reflection of yourself. So I chose something safe. A mug with a cheerful cartoon. A small desk calendar. Objects designed to disappear into the background of an office. I even wrapped them carelessly, as if to erase intention. My plan was simple. Arrive early. Leave the gift beneath the tree. Avoid attention. Observe from a distance. Observation has always been easy for me. The office was quiet when I arrived, dimly lit and already dressed in decorations. The tree glowed softly in the corner, its ornaments catching the low light. I placed the gift beneath it and retreated to my desk, listening to the building breathe around me. That's when I heard voices in the hallway. 3 of them. A man dressed as Santa, and 2 women in matching elf costumes. Their outfits were immaculate, deliberate, not playful, purposeful. I wasn't trying to listen, but their voices carried in the stillness. "It needs to finish by midnight," Santa said calmly. "If it goes longer," one of the women replied, "it won't feel right." The other answered softly, with certainty, "Everyone who needs to be here already is." There was a pause, then a short, humorless laugh. "Good," Santa said. I don't want anyone lingering. Their footsteps faded down the hall. I told myself it was nothing. Office theatrics. A theme taken too seriously. Still, the words settled somewhere deep in my thoughts, refusing to leave. The party arrived all at once. Music drifted through the space. Glasses clinked. Conversations overlapped in gentle chaos. As people entered, Santa and the elves greeted them warmly, handing each person a small square envelope. I didn't receive one. I had arrived too early. No one noticed. I stayed near the edges of the room, watching. People relaxed as the night went on. Smiles grew looser. Voices louder. I noticed how often Amy glanced toward the tree, how her expression softened whenever Santa's attention passed her way. At 11, Santa clapped his hands. The sound carried farther than it should have. Everyone gathered closer, guided gently by the elves until the circle felt tighter, more intentional. No one seemed to notice how close they were standing to one another. The gift exchange moved quickly, too quickly. Santa encouraged speed. Smiles flickered when people took too long. I opened my own gift without looking up. Something generic, easily forgotten. Amy was last. When she unwrapped the mug and calendar, polite applause followed. Santa nodded, relieved. "Thank you," he said. "All of you." Then he hesitated. "One final thing," he added gently. "A message from management." He asked everyone to open the envelopes they'd been given. Some held circles. 3 held a single, quiet mark. The mood shifted, not sharply, but unmistakably. Laughter bubbled up, uncertain but eager. A game, people thought. A surprise. The elves guided the marked few forward. Amy was among them. They were handed small boxes. No instructions. Just expectation. When the boxes were opened, the room fell silent. What followed was not loud, not chaotic, just final. Santa stumbled. One of the elves sank to the floor. The other followed, as if gently laid down. No one screamed at first. Then Amy knelt beside Santa. I looked away. Some things are understood without being seen. The air felt heavier. The tree lights glowed steadily, reflecting off the floor as if nothing had changed. When I looked again, the marked ones stood calmly together, their expressions serene. Amy lifted her head. Our eyes met. Just for a moment. There was no threat there, no apology, only recognition. The room eventually emptied. Quiet returned, thicker than before. The decorations remained. The tree still glowed. I understood then why the timing mattered, why the envelopes existed, why observation had always felt like preparation. This wasn't a celebration. It was a choosing. As I gathered my coat, I realized something else. a small, unsettling truth I hadn't wanted to name earlier. Part of me had been hoping for a mark of my own. I am patient, though. There will be another party next year. There always is. And someday, I won't just be watching. But until then, the night drifts on, making room for the next quiet story waiting in the dark. I have slept with my bedroom door shut for as long as I can remember. Not out of fear, not from anything dramatic or imagined. It was simply comfort. The soft click of the latch, the sense of separation from the rest of the house, the way silence felt deeper when framed by 4 walls instead of 3. The house itself was old, but kindly so. Its floors sighed when walked upon, its walls whispered faintly as temperatures changed. These were familiar sounds, the kind you stop noticing once they become part of your nights. Nothing about it ever felt threatening. It was just lived in. So when I woke one night and saw the door slightly open, I didn't think much of it. I assumed I'd been tired and careless. Maybe I hadn't pushed it all the way closed. I rose from bed, padded across the cool floor, nudged the door shut, and returned to sleep without a second thought. I woke again later. No dream lingered. No noise called me back to consciousness. Just that subtle sensation, like a thought interrupted mid-sentence, that something wasn't quite right. The door was open again. Not wide. Just a few inches, enough to let a thin slice of hallway darkness spill across the carpet. The house beyond was still. The air felt unchanged. I remember standing there, mildly puzzled, blaming old hinges, pressure shifts, anything ordinary enough to dismiss the moment. This time, I closed the door carefully. I listened as the latch clicked into place, solid and final. The next night, it happened again. I woke around the same hour, somewhere past 3, when the night feels deepest and the world holds its breath. The door stood open farther than before, wide enough for me to see the pale shape of the hallway wall beyond it. The light was off, but not entirely dark. Just enough visibility to register space. I stood there longer this time, listening. Nothing moved. Nothing breathed. The silence felt complete. After that night, I began to notice patterns. Each time I woke, the door had traveled a little farther than before. Never suddenly, never dramatically, just incremental shifts, as if patience itself were guiding it. It felt deliberate, though I couldn't explain why. That was when I decided to lock it. The first night the lock was engaged, I still woke with that same gentle unease. The door remained closed, but the handle rested slightly lower than it should have been. Not forced, not damaged, just held. It was subtle enough that I might have questioned myself if not for the growing certainty settling in my chest. Sleep became lighter after that, shallow, fragmented. I placed a chair beneath the handle the following night. It wasn't heavy, just enough to provide resistance. When morning came, the chair lay tipped gently on its side. The door was still closed. The lock turned. I know I had locked it. I remember checking twice. Still, nothing else changed. No footsteps echoed. No shadows stretched across the floor. No sounds lingered outside the door. Only its position, adjusted again and again by fractions of inches. Last week, I woke to find the door open wide enough to see straight down the hallway, all the way to the living room. The darkness there felt vast, calm, undisturbed. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just watched. After a moment, so small it could almost be mistaken for imagination, the door shifted. Not opening, not closing, just a quiet correction, as if whatever was there had realized I was awake. Now, I sleep with the lights on. Their soft glow fills the room, steady and warm. I no longer close the door. I let it remain open, wide and welcoming, a gentle offering of space. Since then, nothing has moved. The house feels content. And as the night settles once more, and this story drifts softly into silence, we pass gently onward, to the next quiet moment waiting in the dark.